Good morning, everyone.
Morning.
Please be seated. Thank you. This is the case of the people of the state of Colorado versus James Holmes, case number 12 CR 1522. The record should reflect that Mr. Holmes is present with his attorneys, Mr. King, Ms. Brady, Ms. Nelson, Ms. Higgs, and Ms. Spengler. And the people are represented by Mr. Brockler, Mr. Orman, Ms. Pearson, Ms. Stitch McGuire, and Mr. Edson. Are the parties ready for the jury?
Yes, sir. Yes, Your Honor.
All right, let's bring the jury in, please.
Judge, may Dr. Gerd take the stand?
Yes. Good morning, doctor. Please be seated. The record should reflect that the jury is in the courtroom now. Good morning, everyone. How's everyone doing? Good. At the end of the day yesterday, Dr. Gurr was testifying. Dr. Gurr, I remind you that you're still under oath, and Mr. King, you may resume your direct examination of Dr. Gurr.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Doctor.
Good morning. Good morning.
Ma'am, can I have that last slide that we were working on when we ended, which was page 87 of the diagnostic manual? Doctor, when we ended up, we were talking about delusions, and we were talking about the three different common features, or the four different common features of schizophrenia spectrum disorders. And before we continue, when we go through and we describe these various features that apply to schizophrenia, and you testify about schizophrenia, do they also apply to schizoaffective disorder, which is was the diagnosis of doctors Woodcock and Metzner in this case?
Yes, the differentiation between schizophrenia and schizoaffective disorder relies primarily on more frequent and more significant mood features, abnormal mood features in schizoaffective disorder, most commonly depression. But it does not mean, so it's a question of degree. And at times people can be diagnosed depending on the context and the time in their life as schizophrenia, and then mood features might become more common. Many times the two disorders are combined because it can be quite blurry, the difference between them.
Okay, thank you. Ma'am, can we please call out the first paragraph of delusions there? Now, are delusions come in all different shapes and sizes? Are there all different kinds of delusions that are specific to the individual?
Yes. So common are persecutory delusions, where a person believes that they are being followed or planned against, or some forces outside are operating against them. Most commonly in this country, it's going to be the FBI, the CIA, or somebody in authority that is against the person. And these are become firm beliefs that the person feels that they need to protect themselves against them. So there's, in order to be safe, this type of delusions can be perceived as being life-threatening.
Are there also referential delusions?
Referential delusion is that insignificant comments or events that happen that has nothing to do with the person have a special meaning to them. So, for example, it will be that if in the news, listening to the evening news, there's the anchor man or anchor woman are dressed in a special way, this might be a code for the person that something is about to happen. So it can be related to the voice of the person on television, the fact maybe that they have now dressed in black or in white, and it can be also, so this is just one example, it can be people around them. So they can be on a bus or in a common place, school, and they believe that the way people are walking by them or turning their head does have a special meaning as it is personally related to them. So if anybody next to them would have not attribute any significance to that, but they will attribute that this is something that is related to me and I should watch out for. Delusions are in a negative, anxiety-provoking context. Another one is somatic, where a person believes that parts of their body are diseased, and there is no medical explanation to that. So it can be a person that believes that I give you examples of that I've encountered. A young person who believes that there's something wrong with his knee, and sees one orthopedic doctor after another, undergoes multiple x-rays and MRI, his knee is perfectly fine, and he believes that he's getting special sensation in his knee that warn him against walking or climbing stairs, and he resorts to elevators, and it becomes a very important part of his life. So it can be as simple as a knee, but it can also be related to my nose is becoming different and is changing. Any body part and any organ system where there is no medical explanation for it, that will be a somatic delusion. And a religious delusion is going to be one that is out of the ordinary for the person's family or community. So religion is an important part of many people's life, and it is not a delusion. But when it is outside the realm of what others expect, such as that God is sending special messages to me so that I can be I'm the one who is chosen and is going to lead my congregation in a certain way, and we need to pray in a certain way, it becomes a delusion, a religious delusions.
Now, it sounds like some of these delusions that you're describing incorporate aspects of daily life, kind of. Is it fairly common for folks to incorporate aspects of religion or philosophy or other areas of daily living into their delusional construct, that they become delusions over time?
Yes, so most common delusions that I've gone over and provided examples are common events in people's life that sort of gradually go out of proportion and become very prominent. Some delusions can be bizarre to the extent that they are very unusual, and most professionals have never heard something like that before. They're very unique. They're out there, and it takes a time, to understand that they are out of what most people who experience delusion, with schizophrenia or serious psychotic disorder, but these are the more extreme or bizarre.
Okay, and nihilistic delusions, would that be kind of incorporating more of a philosophical?
More of a philosophical, more of an explanation of the way the universe or the world works, the more of the world is coming to an end, not necessarily by a catastrophic event, but by the forces of nature, and that's the way it is, and that's the way it will always be, and interpreting the meaning of life with view that the world is coming to an end.
Now, did you opine in your reports, and is it your opinion that Mr. Holmes' delusions, referencing the human capital and the kind of the meaninglessness of life, have a nihilistic flavor to them?
Yes, and this is something that he detailed, described, and also in his writing, that the world is coming to an end, and life equals death, and the world we might have existed before we were born, and there's no point in life because life equals death. All of us are bound to die, and the way we live is really almost immaterial because death is upon us.
And is it your opinion that those thoughts reached delusional proportions in Mr. Holmes' mind?
Gradually, over time, they did, and they became the major preoccupation and force in his life.
Now, you talked about bizarre delusions. Did Mr. Holmes' delusions have a bizarre quality to them in some aspects?
They did have a bizarre quality to them. I've never, over the years, in the many people I've seen who have been delusional, what they presented were the more common delusions that I enumerated. The FBI is after them, the CIA is after them. This is very common. The symbols that he has presented in his writing and he described, I've never seen before. They did have a bizarre and pervasive nature to it, in the sense that he was building upon it. It's one step after another, and you can see how the delusion builds. Having some premises that are totally irrational and that nobody in our society shares, take a life of their own. And one thing, and his premise is unshaken. He still believes this way today. So these are very pervasive delusions that are bizarre. And in some way, may I
Go ahead.
say, in some way, over the years when I think about it, thinking about it is that the higher functioning people, namely those who have greater intellectual capacity, are the ones who come up with the most bizarre delusions.
And why is that? Why does
Well-
intelligence seem to foster these more bizarre delusions?
More elaborate thinking, more pondering about the nature of the universe that most of us just don't think about. So most people who develop schizophrenia are people like us. Sometimes I think they could have been our children or our siblings. I mean, 1% of the population worldwide. And there are people that, you know, they're common people. Those who are with high intelligence, when they develop the delusions, they become very elaborate. The only person with one person that I've evaluated the writing, most people do not produce extensive writing, was Ted Kaczynski with his bizarre delusions, who had a similar level of intellectual functioning to Mr. Holmes, IQ that are very high. So
Overruled.
It takes a certain level of intellectual ability to elaborate and take off and persist with it in a way that permeates a person's life. So it's just greater capacity that rather than being directed to what we consider productive life is invested in elaboration and explanation of everything that is around us within the delusion. So it's breaking from reality. We know the difference between life and death, but in life equals death. And as a baseline of a delusion of that everything else relates to it and makes life have no meaning anymore, that's most people do not think this way, and even people who are psychotic and delusional. It takes a level of philosophical thinking and reading as well.
Thank you. Now we've been through, you can take that down, ma'am, I'm sorry. We've been through, excuse me, 2 of the 5 domains that are present in schizophrenia spectrum disorders, that being hallucinations and delusions. Is the 3rd domain disorganized thinking or speech?
Yes.
And what is that, briefly?
I mean, commonly when we talk, people express their thoughts in talking, in speech, and in writing. At times, people who have schizophrenia, when they talk and you listen to them, are they speaking English? Yes. Are they formulating the words? Yes. And then at the end of the sentence, you say, what were they saying? How did the beginning of the sentence connect to the end of the sentence? And you're wondering, and you say, can you say it again? So their thoughts are disorganized. They do not have the same structure and ability to communicate clearly in language the way they're thinking. So it can be that what is called that they derail. They start with one topic and move to another topic. So for example, it can be, I was planning on taking the kids to the zoo. It rained. They did not predict rain today. The buses are stopping. Everybody is now coming to the station. And if you go to them and you say, how did the buses come to it? When you're on the bus, when you were going, when it was raining, they can't explain to you exactly how the bus, you cannot follow the line of thinking they were presenting to you. Or another example can be I was reading the book and I started with the first paragraph. Everything is black around me. Black is in the print. Why do the print in black? Red is an awesome color. That's disorganized thinking. It goes from one topic to another, and color derails them, takes them off. And the listener, he will say, how did they talk like that? What they were trying to do? What are they trying to say? And when you listen to somebody like that, you have to bring them back. You say, you started this way. What were you trying to tell me? And you see it in people, in a severe form of psychosis. In writing, which is also an expression of thought, and some people with schizophrenia, especially those who are higher functioning, write and create symbols, or philosophical ideas are expressed in writing and less verbally, because it's harder for them to talk. And many times they're loners, and they don't talk about it, they guard against it. When you read it, you go over, and it doesn't make sense to you. You say, how did they get from this beginning paragraph or this line to the other? I don't follow. Most people don't follow. So there's nothing that is wrong with the reader's ability, but it's rather a reflection that the person cannot express their thoughts in an organized, normative. Everything that we build about abnormal or schizophrenia is in relationship to most people at current society, at the current group, at the current neighborhood. It's an aberrant, abnormal behavior in relationship to what is the expected from people of that background and that age.
Now, did you, with regard to that, what you expect from people from their background and their age, do you recall in your review of the materials in this case whether or not you reviewed a videotape of Mr. Holmes in the police department interview room immediately following his arrest for a considerable period of time, that the night after the shooting on July 20th, 2012? Did you review that?
Yes, I did.
Did you find in that videotape evidence of disorganized thinking or behavior?
His behavior, I'm trying to visualize it. It's easier for me. He was sitting in the cell facing that direction. That was the desk next to him. And he was looking under, picking from the floor. And he had on his hands, he had bags, brown bags, and he was moving the bags as if he was popping. This is not purposeful behavior. It's bizarre behavior. I've watched other inmates in cells, and it's not common. Most people are just sit quietly.
Is that commensurate with what you would expect as a psychiatrist from someone who is in their 20s, has superior intelligence, and is a graduate student in neurology to behave in that fashion?
No. It was somewhat, with the, like popcorn, looked like very childish, as if they're popping something, very childish type of behavior.
Now,
No.
did you talked about writings, and did you review the writings that Mr. Holmes made, both in the notebook before the crime and the writings from the jail afterwards?
Yes, I did.
And did you opine in your reports that you found in those writings evidence of both delusions and disorganized thinking?
Yes, I did.
Your Honor, may I approach one of the exhibits?
Yes.
And this is DTR 94. May I approach the witness, Your Honor? Ma'am, I'm handing you what's been previously marked as DTR 94. Do you recognize that as some of Mr. Holmes' writings?
Yes,
Are those the writings that you reviewed from when he was in the jail following his arrest?
yes,
And are those the writings that you were talking about in your report as evidence of delusions, along with the notebook, as evidence of delusions and disorganized thinking?
yes,
Did they help form the basis for your opinion?
yes, they did.
Judge, I would move the admission of DTR 94. Is it 94, Doctor?
Yes, it is 94.
Yes, it is.
Pursuant to Rule 703.
703, Your Honor.
Is there any objection? Yes. right, the exhibit is admitted.
And we will ask to publish that exhibit to the jury at a later time, Your Honor.
Okay, and members of the jury, you'll recall this is one that I deferred ruling on yesterday. So my ruling is that it is admitted over objection at this time. All right, you may proceed.
So, ma'am, we've been through disorganized thinking and behavior now, and I think that we are down to negative symptoms. What are negative symptoms as opposed to these? Are the symptoms we've been through so far classified as positive symptoms in the nomenclature?
Correct.
And are those more psychotic features, or what's the difference between negative and positive symptoms?
So positive symptoms are presentations of behaviors that are uncommon and are not considered normal. So these are behaviors that in a normal, healthy person should not be there. Negative symptoms as a class are behaviors that are expected to be an integral part of a healthy person and are lacking in a person who has the illness. So positive behaviors that you do not want to see are not normal, and negative are the lack of behaviors that are normative and are important for healthy functioning.
Does that include things like asociality, not socializing with other people, or being
Yeah, so it includes lack of socialization, and it looks lack of a logical type of initiation, integration with others and with tasks. It includes lack of enjoyment from life, from activities.
Does it include lack of motivation to
Lack
do
of
things which in
motivation,
the past?
yeah. Or anhedonia.
Ma'am,
Yeah.
we can't talk over each
Okay.
other, okay? This gentleman over here has to take down every word that's being said. So
Okay.
it's my mistake, and I apologize. I don't mean to talk over you, but we're really going to have to try to focus on that, okay? So are there, my question was, is it a negative symptom also that someone may lack motivation in activities or pursuits that previously they had been motivated and interested in doing?
Yes.
Okay, and what's that called? Is there a word for that?
For lack of motivated behavior?
Yes.
Is it lack of motivation, unmotivated behavior?
Okay. How about, you said lack of ability to find pleasure in things that other
Or
people find
anhedonia,
pleasure?
or anhedonia. Mhm.
Other negative symptoms that you can think of, or does that pretty much cover it?
That's pretty much covers
Is
it.
it your opinion that Mr. Holmes demonstrated negative symptoms throughout the course of his life? And if so, when?
The negative symptom that he demonstrated early in his life is restricted emotions and less of social interactions. But this by itself will not define somebody as having schizophrenia. You look for constellation of symptoms. There can be many people who are not, we vary in our ability to express emotions. Some people are more quiet and they don't laugh easily and show facial expression. And it's more common in men than in women. That doesn't mean that somebody does have schizophrenia, but the degree of it in combination with other symptoms is part of the diagnosis.
Okay. Did Mr. Holmes' negative symptoms come first, or did the positive symptoms come first, in your opinion?
At times it is difficult to differentiate because in the literature on schizophrenia, most of the attention earlier on was on positive symptoms. Positive symptoms are easier to pick up. I mean, you see somebody, I bet it happens in the Denver area too, who is walking down the street and talking to himself, and you said, this is something is wrong. Or is somebody that I can't follow what they say, something is wrong. The negative symptoms can be more subtle, and only in the past probably a couple of decades, there's been more attention and more research, more efforts done to systematically evaluate them. Mr. Holmes exhibited both of them. The lack of social engagement and restricted affect were there before. The anhedonia, lack of motivation for graduate school, emerged later. The positive symptoms, the delusions, emerged later. So they were both together with some negative features earlier on, and then other negative features and the positive features emerging and coexisting, which is common.
What is a prodromal period?
I mentioned yesterday that a lot of the focus in medicine in general is shifted toward early identification of a disorder in order to prevent progression and consequences. I gave the example of a heart disease. You want to diagnose before somebody has a heart attack to prevent it. The same effort has been happening now well over a decade in the study of schizophrenia. So the focus has been of identifying early signs before somebody meets full criteria for schizophrenia as detailed in the Diagnostic and Statistical Manual. So the prodromal is a period that can last months to years where features, subthreshold features of psychosis can be observed and notable to those who are skilled. Most people will not be able to pick it up. They're just subtle changes in behavior that on further examination are consistent with an ongoing psychotic process that is just at the beginning. I gave the example of the train is just beginning to show early sign that something is wrong. So that's the prodromal phase of illness.
Okay. Can I have slide 2, ma'am? In the slides that you created, is this intended to address that issue of early identification?
Yeah.
And can you, what's this slide about?
Okay, so when people do present early with psychotic features, there are a combination of symptoms that go along. It never happens that somebody will present with psychosis. I mean, they went to bed Monday night after the Eagles lost or the Broncos lost, and they wake up Tuesday morning so upset that they're psychotic. It doesn't happen. The brain doesn't work like that. So when they present, what we see is a mixture of symptoms with high level of anxiety, with emotional experiences that are different and common than what is healthy. And it can be increased sensitivity, being overwhelmed with emotions, or shutting down and being more flat. They might have cognitive problems, difficulty concentrating, difficulty in maintaining in school or at work the type of activity that before they did very easily, moving from one thing to another, sequentially, one step after another, problem solving, attention, learning, reading material and being able to incorporate it and then use it easily. At times, nowadays, drug and alcohol are an important part of it. of the presentation. So young people, I'm talking now adolescents, mid-adolescents, late teens, early 20s, is when schizophrenia emerges. So within this about decade, age 15 to 25, many young people use substance. All of this happens together with depression that relates to lack of motivation, not contacting friends, withdrawing from family's activity, feeling low visibly, many times to parents, and at times, if there are friends, to friends. This is a mixture of multiple areas that are significant. It's not like mild, can be significant and interactive. So when the person is presenting, it is not just psychosis. You have to look at multiple areas, multiple domains of behavior that are important for us, for healthy functioning, that are affected. And at times, even professionals can miss it. So most of the young people we see in our specialty program are treated for depression because this is so common in adolescents and are treated with antidepressant. And by following observation carefully, seeing them regularly, they disclose some psychotic features. And this is sort of the wreck that I refer to. When the train is beginning to derail, it's a turmoil. It's not something that, oh, everything is okay and I'll just... No, it's a real, it's almost... I work on it when working with patients. It's like an earthquake that they feel. That the regular, the familiar way that they think and live is shaking under them. And that's what the family, the parents experience. Nothing is usual and normal anymore. Something is profoundly different. But slowly, slowly, almost like a tornado coming. And it might hit at the end, but how it accumulates and wanders and gains power, it's similar to that type of presentation if I think of how to convey it.
Okay, ma'am. Now, does drugs and alcohol play any significant role in this case? Is there any indication?
Not at all.
Ma'am, we can't talk over
Okay.
each other. I'm really
I'm sorry.
but we're doing it again. We really have to like not talk over each other, okay? And I'm sorry that I keep doing that, but just if you could just listen to the questions and then give your answer, please. Is there any evidence that Mr. Holmes was abusing drugs or alcohol and that played a role in his case?
No, there is not.
Okay, you can take that down, ma'am. I want to talk to you a little bit about your involvement in this case and how that came to take place, okay?
Yes.
And then I would like to talk to you a little bit about some other aspects. You talked about neurocognitive problems that can develop in schizophrenia and other issues like that. First of all, when were you first contacted about this case, or by whom were you first contacted? Was it from one of us that contacted you?
Yes, I was contacted by the defense team in November of 2012.
Okay. And did you eventually agree to work on this case?
Yes, I did.
Why did you make that decision?
The defense team provided me with preliminary information that was based on what they've collected, and I could also briefly look at the report that Mr. Holmes, the notebook that Mr. Holmes has produced and mailed to Dr. Fenton. And based on that information, I considered that among the possible, in the differential diagnosis, a psychotic disorder might be there.
And so did you think then that your particular area of expertise may be useful in that context to convey information to the court or to the jury.
Yes.
Sustained.
Did you think that it would be relevant to your area of expertise?
I thought that most, as I said yesterday, that most of the people I see or have evaluated and have done research throughout over past 30 years do have schizophrenia.
Sustained.
Ma'am, did you, was some of the things that you saw consistent with much of your experience in the area of schizophrenia or not?
Yes, and I thought that I have the expertise to evaluate him.
Now, in this case, this is a criminal case, is it not?
Yes, it is.
How is the evaluation that you would conduct different in a criminal case, that you've worked on a few, than what you would normally do in a clinical setting?
Some principle of getting all the information available and repeating the evaluation over time to look for consistency and all the data that is available through interviews, through reports, through interviewing family members are consistent. This is good practice for obtaining information. What is different in a clinical setting for me is, or what you asked, is that in a clinical setting, you form a therapeutic relationship with a patient and a family most of the time. And it is an ongoing relationship that I am this person's doctor. I'm the liaison. They can call me. I schedule meetings according to the patient's need. Mr. Holmes is not my patient. I was asked specifically to evaluate, render my professional opinion about his diagnosis and his mental state at the time of the commission of the crime. This was explained to him, and I followed the rules of what is expected in obtaining information and review and producing reports in a forensic or a court setting. It's this is totally different than a therapeutic relationship that I have with a patient. He's not my patient.
Okay. In this case, did you review a tremendous amount of information that was provided to you? And we'll go through some of that in some detail, but police reports, interviews, photographs, videotapes, 100,000 pages of information or so. Is that fair to say?
Correct. I reviewed all the information that was provided to me, which was voluminous and was produced, by investigators for the prosecution, for the defense, all information, knowing the source of the information. Yes.
And is that normal for you in a clinical setting to have that volume of information to review? Is that something that's different?
It's very, very different. So in a clinical setting, the interviews that we conduct with the individuals, in a clinical setting, the individual is coming in many times against his or her will. They're brought in by the parents, or the court will commit them to treatment. But they are there, and you have limitless time to interview them. If you want, it's day after day. I don't have to fly in and arrange for that or cancel because there's a snowstorm. And you obtain collateral information from the parents, who many times live with the individual. We see young people or frequently visit the individual. You have school records. We obtain as much information as we can, but it's never. In young people, fortunately, most of the people we see with schizophrenia do not commit crimes. So it's very different.
Okay, thank you. In the materials that you reviewed, did you write 3 different reports in this case?
Yeah, 3 different reports. Let me see, report. My first report was on
Did you write 3
2013.
reports?
Do I have 3 reports? I think so. Yes, 13, 15, yes. Yes, if you refer to the third report on the MRI,
Yes.
yes. Okay, yes.
Okay. Did you include in your reports a section on the materials reviewed?
Yes, I did.
Okay. Now, the materials that came into you for your review, did they all come in one big pile at the beginning of the case, or did you get a lot of materials towards the beginning of the case, but many of the materials continued to come in over time as the months and even years progressed?
Yes, the materials came in over time.
Did you review them as they came in to the best of your ability, given the fact that you have another full-time job?
Yes, I tried to review it as they came in and sequentially, so that I will have organized them by the time they came, and they always arrived in a secure mail.
Okay.
And yes.
Did you do you recall reviewing police reports in the case?
Yes, I did.
A lot of them?
Yes.
Did you review every single police report? Like, for example, did you review all the medical records of the folks who were victims in this case, or was that irrelevant largely to your consideration?
Overruled.
I did take a look briefly at the reports on the people, on the victims, but most of the time I reviewed the reports that were pertinent to the setting, the theater, the police encounter following the arrest.
So did you review the interviews done with Mr. Holmes?
Yes.
The videotaped interview and the audio taped interview with Agent Gunman?
Yes.
Did you review materials that led up to or before the shooting? For example, did you review emails that Mr. Holmes sent to his family and friends?
Yes, I did.
Did you review Gmail chats between Mr. Holmes and his friends, and text messages, and I'm probably getting the electronic media wrong, but Gmails, emails, chats, those types of information between Mr. Holmes and his Gargi Dada, for example?
Yes, I did.
How about between him and Ben Garcia?
I did.
How about between him and some of his professors, some emails?
Yes, I did.
Did you review the records from Dr. Fenton and Dr. Feinstein?
I did.
Did you find those to be significant? Were those significant in your opinion?
Yes, they were.
Did you review some of his schoolwork that he did?
Yes. His reports from school, starting from grade school through the reports from undergraduate and graduate school.
Okay. How about his interviews that were done with classmates of his and professors at graduate school?
At graduate school and undergraduate school and teachers in California, yes, I did.
Interviews with family, friends, and neighbors and teachers from his childhood?
I did.
Did you interview his parents?
I did interview his parents.
Contained in your reports, and we may go through them a little bit, but did you list in your reports every single specific item that you reviewed, or did you just put general categories of items that you reviewed?
I put general categories, items that I reviewed, and I did not list every item that I reviewed, what I mean is that every email that I reviewed, or every video that I reviewed, or every report. I used it general, or every medical record or jail record. I used it as a category. I had them all available.
Did you interview other folks in the case? Did you interview his sister, for example?
I did not interview his sister.
And how about Gargi Dada or Ben Garcia? Did you interview them?
No, I did not.
Did you feel that that was necessary in order to render your opinion or your diagnosis in the case?
I read the interview material that they were interviewed by others, and I read the email, electronic exchanges that they had, but I did not think that, based on the information that I had, that I needed to interview them. I believe that they disclosed all the information available to them, to the investigators.
Did you know whether or not they agreed to be interviewed or not at any given time?
I know that some people were not. I remember that we spoke about it, that some people did not want to be interviewed.
Did that include Drs. Fenton and Feinstein?
Yes.
Did you talk to Dr. Metzner and Dr. Reed?
I spoke to Dr. Reed. I spent an hour. Dr. Reed requested to talk to me, and I spoke to Dr. Reed for an hour.
Okay, did you talk to Dr. Metzner?
I spoke to Dr. Metzner too.
Now, with regard to your report, do you are your reports intended to be a complete statement of everything that you think about the case, or are they intended to be a summary of your opinions?
My reports that are entitled Neuropsychiatric Evaluation Report are a summary, and they are similar to the format that we use clinically.
Okay, can you explain that, please?
So the format that we use is identifying information about the person, when it was the report was produced, what was the time of evaluation of a person, what was the purpose of it, what were materials reviewed, a summary, not detail of every record and a date, the background information that was available about the person, that includes, if it's pertinent, a medical history, if there are medical problems that existed before, non-psychiatric, I refer to medical, academic history, school performance, social history. If the person is working, it will be a vocational history. And then the psychiatric history. What type of encounters have they had in the past? If they were treated before, a history of that. And then a summary of the interview conducted with the person. So when the person was seen, as much as possible to be able to give quotation that provide a sense for what they were saying, that can be meaningful over time, and then an overall summary of the conclusion of the entire thing, a brief summary at the end.
And in addition to your reports, have you also provided all of the notes that you, from your various interviews with Mr. Holmes?
Yes, I did.
The first report that was written, was that in June of 2013?
Yeah. June 17.
Did you write that report because you wanted to, or did you write that report because you were asked to?
I was asked to write the report and wrote it all by myself.
Did you, incorporate all of the information that you had at that point, including the interviews that you'd done at that point, in your opinions contained in that report.
Correct.
Did you receive more materials after that, a considerable amount of more materials?
Yes, I did.
Did you interview Mr. Holmes more after that?
Yes, I did.
As a result, at some point, did you write another report to, I guess, be an addendum to your first report?
Yes, I did.
Was that intended to incorporate the new information and the new interviews that you'd done?
Yes, it was.
And did your opinions change at all over the period of time in terms of your diagnosis or your opinion on sanity?
No, it did not.
When you wrote your first report, did you include in there that you had reviewed the medical, psychiatric, and other institutional records and portions of the discovery materials related to Mr. Holmes?
Yes.
Mr. Holmes' notebook?
Yes.
Oral accounts of interviews with family members, teachers, and students?
Yes.
And did you have at that point Dr. Robert Hanlon's first neuropsychological testing report?
Yes, I did.
When you wrote your second report, was that in 2015, February of 2015?
Yes.
Was that because you wanted to, or was that because I asked you to?
You asked me to.
Did you include in that report a list of more materials that you'd reviewed?
Yes, I did.
Arapahoe County Jail records?
Yes.
Okay. Before I go on, did you write that first report before Dr. Metzner or Dr. Reed had even seen Mr. Holmes?
Yes.
Did you include in your second report that you had reviewed, you said jail records, Dr. Metzner's report at that point in time?
Yes.
Dr. Gray and Dr. Manguso's testing results?
Yes.
How about Dr. Reed's video recordings? Some 22, I think, or 23 hours of video recorded examinations that Dr. Reed did. Did you review those in their entirety?
I reviewed the 23 hours in their entirety.
How about, did you reflect in your notations there the various doctors that you talked to and the reports from the interviews, phone interviews that you reviewed?
Yes.
And did you review at that time include the CT scan that was done of Mr. Holmes in 2012, as well as Dr. Robert Hanlon's second neurological examination report?
Yes, I did.
Now, are your reports, you've read then the reports of Drs. Reed and Metzner. Would you agree with me or not that theirs are considerably more lengthy and detailed than yours are?
Yes, they are.
Was it your intention to write such a detailed report in this case?
No.
Did I tell you how you should write your report, or did you just do it when I asked you to do it without direction?
I did the report the way I do other reports, totally independently, and presented to you my final report without any comments, but thank you for your work.
Does the length or shortness of your reports in any way mean anything about your opinions or the firmness of your opinions or the thoroughness of the review of materials that you did?
I don't believe so.
Let's talk briefly about your contact with Mr. Holmes. Dr. Reed interviewed Mr. Holmes for 23 hours, you just said. Do you know the total amount of time that you've spent with Mr. Holmes since the beginning of this case?
I believe it was 28 hours, but if you I'd like to be always accurate, so let me look at my notes and I can tell you precisely. So I saw Mr. Holmes on December 19th, 2012, from 1:45 to 4:45, 3 hours. I saw him on February 9th, 2013, 2.5 hours in the morning, 4 hours in the afternoon. So it was a total of 2.5 hours in the morning, 2 hours in the afternoon, for a total of 4.5 hours. I saw him on May 2nd from 9 to 12 and from 1:30 to 4 in the afternoon, so it's 5.5 hours. I saw him on November 18th for 3 hours and 45 minutes, and I saw him on August 5th for 5 hours and 15 minutes, a total of 28 hours. I hope I did correctly.
Did you, is one of those visits missing from your report?
One of them, the one on November 18th, 2013. I confused it, I'm sorry, I think with the one, because I had another one on November 18th, same date, 2014. So
Did you also see him November 20th, 2014?
I saw him November 20th, correct, 2014, correct. For 6.5 hours.
So did you see him before Doctors Metzner and Reed?
Yes,
And the first time you saw him on the 19th of December, 2012, was that about a month after he was hospitalized at Denver Health Medical Center?
yes.
Let me ask you this: were you originally scheduled to come see him in November?
I was scheduled to come before, but he was hospitalized before, so it was postponed to December.
Do you know what materials you had to review prior to going in to see him that first time?
I had, I've a list of it, I can go back to it, but from what I can recall, I had information that related to some of the background of the interview with his mothers, the school records, interview with his friends and neighbors, and some of the medical records, the jail records, and some of the early discovery material that was provided to you and then to me.
Did you at that point in time have full copies of the writings of Mr. Holmes, either the notebook or the
No.
writings from the jail that we've just introduced?
No, I did not.
So did you go through those writings with him at that point in time in any detail?
No.
What was the point or your goal in that initial interview with Mr. Holmes?
In an initial interview, we're not knowing the person, hearing about him, but it's different to hear about somebody and walk into a room. Initial goal was to establish some rapport with him and evaluate, get a life timeline, what I call, and going over from early on to the time of the commission of the crime, of major life events, with the idea that he will be able, with time, to disclose more, and that we can come back. So to establish a first step of getting to know him, forming some initial impressions, and for him feeling, hopefully, a little bit more comfortable with me.
Was it always your intention to go back and re-interview Mr. Holmes again, not just one more time, but several times?
I will say as many times as possible, yes.
And did you attempt to schedule that as your schedule allowed?
Yes, I did, and as the weather allowed.
prior to seeing him that day, was it significant to you in your review of Dr. Fenton's records and Dr. Feinstein that they had noted that they thought he might be experiencing psychotic level of thinking when they saw him in the spring of 2012?
Yeah, it was significant that other professionals with whom he has been in contact for the first time as a young adult were concerned about that to the point that they did, another professional, Dr. Feinstein, was called in. This is not common procedure. It happens when there's a red light in the head of a professional to call somebody else in to evaluate for risk and safety. That's when we do it, and this is the way it's commonly done when somebody else is called in. So I took it very, seriously, everything that they put down.
Okay. Did you think it was significant that Dr. Woodcock had seen Mr. Holmes just a couple of days following the shooting, a few days, and had and felt that Mr. Holmes was psychotic at the time?
Yes, it was.
And is that consistent with or not with the writings that we've just introduced? Is that evidence psychoticism to you, the writings from the jail?
Yes.
Now, when you saw him in November, you said that when you saw him in December on the 19th, you said that it was about a month before that he'd been in the hospital. Was he medicated when you saw him?
Yes, he was medicated with antipsychotic, antidepressant, yes.
And was the antipsychotic Risperdal?
Yes.
How long does Risperdal take to take effect to actually begin to suppress some of the psychotic symptoms?
It varies. The dose is important. The way it is administered, it was administered by mouth. And it can take days to weeks. Depends on the individuals and on the symptoms.
Okay. Did Mr. Holmes reveal to you, not on the 19th, but later in time, that he continued to experience hallucinations and other psychotic symptoms throughout the month of December following his return to the jail?
Yes, he did.
And did they then subside slowly after that period of time?
The symptoms have improved, and he attributed that to the medication. He wanted to continue on the medication.
And did some of those symptoms include seeing hallucinations of shadows?
Seeing shadows, yes.
How about, were there any audio hallucinations, voices, if you recall?
There were sounds that he heard. I wasn't sure if those sounds were part of the jail milieu or that they were unique to him.
Okay, so
I noted them, but it's just one aspect of the clinical presentation.
So are you saying it's possible they're just sounds that he heard in the jail? Is that what you were saying?
In the jail itself, in the hospital, he did hear voices.
Okay. How about referential thinking during that period of time? Getting special messages from the television or movie?
No.
I want to go through with you a little later some of the statements that Mr. Holmes made to you over that period of time. But was there a change in Mr. Holmes? That first time you saw him, was he different the way he presented than when you saw him years later, for example, around when Dr. Reed saw him?
Yeah, there was a significant change in his appearance. During the first interview, it was like pulling teeth. He was very quiet. He wasn't moving. There was very limited eye contact, and I tried to establish I will be quiet and will wait for him to look at me, and at times he will just continue to stare down. At times, he will look through me. You have the sensation that somebody is looking, but they're not looking at your face. They're sort of like looking through you, as if you're not there. And at times, he will look at the wall behind. There was no windows behind me. The windows were on the side where the guards were. He will look at the wall and his eyes will widen, like, and move his head back. There were no facial expression, and his words were extremely terse. I describe it as pulling teeth. Answering questions with 2 words and me asking him to elaborate and pushing from all directions. And most significant for me was the time that he did express emotions. That was unusual level of expression, that where he became red in his face, and it was in the context of pushing him on. What was it like in high school? What were you afraid of? His face became red. He did not cry, but it was his lips pursed like that, and he became shaking, just like that. And I've never seen him again like that. And in his follow-up evaluations with me and what I've observed from Dr. Reed, his affect was restricted, but he was talking more. He was producing sentences that was very different from the initial evaluation. I had the sense that he was scared of me, which he said that he was.
Did he present very differently? I don't know if you just said this, but did he present very differently than the way he appeared in the 23 hours of videotape examination that Dr. Reed did a couple of years later?
2 years later, on medication, in the same environment, that in many ways is optimal for him, limited interactions, and going over the same things again and again. I think that all of the professionals who have seen him and reviewing the record asked him the same type of questions. So easier, my sense, than when going over it for the first time.
Harder to talk about it the first time.
Harder to talk about the first time, yes.
Now, Dr. Reed, in his report, do you recall him putting in kind of a disclaimer about the fact that his interviews took place 2 years later and Mr. Holmes was medicated, and we have to take that into consideration in evaluating those statements?
Correct. The psychotic state is a fluid state. People do not remain, some features persist, but people can change the way, sometimes in a remarkable way. And medication can have, for many people, a big effect, and it had a beneficial effect for Mr. Holmes.
And do you agree with Dr. Reed? Is it your opinion that took place in this case?
Yes, I do.
Now, does that mean that he was no longer psychotic, or did the delusions persist?
The delusion persist. The level of anxiety was reduced. The level of depression was fluctuating, but overall somewhat reduced. But the delusions still persist, with not that level of intensity.
So are you saying that he still believes that human capital is the truth?
Correct.
To this day?
To this day.
Now, how about hallucinations? And the disorganized type of thinking, would the medication help with that? Help to organize your thoughts and get rid of the hallucinations?
Antipsychotic medications were developed and work on the positive symptoms. So they decrease, in addition to decreasing anxiety that is very common in schizophrenia, they decrease hallucination, disorganization. Less likely the delusions are not affected to the same extent, and they do not impact negative symptoms. There are no medications for negative symptoms. It was hoped that some of the new medication that were called second generation might help a little, but it was not a home run. There are no good treatments for it.
So is there a cure for schizophrenia or schizoaffective disorder? I can rephrase the question, Your Honor.
Okay, go ahead.
Is Risperdal, the drug that Mr. Holmes is on, a cure for schizophrenia, or does it just reduce some of the symptoms?
It reduces some of the symptoms.
Now, in addition to the clinical presentation that you talked about, and in terms of that clinical presentation, that flatness of affect, was that significant? And we're going to talk about that in a little, what the significance of that was. But was that significant in your mind, the flatness of affect?
It was marked. It was the most, even before you talk to a person and you begin to talk to a person, you see the face. The face is how we communicate, one of the way we communicate emotion. So you look for flatness of affect in facial expression. Facial expression change with the content of what we say. You look for hand movements. People commonly move when they express emotions. And you look for the voice, the tone of voice. The tone of voice commonly fluctuates. For Mr. Holmes, the face was restricted. No matter what he spoke about, it didn't change. It was like frozen. His hands did not move, barely moved, and this was initially first interview, his hands were shackled. For the other interviews, his hands were not shackled, and it's still very limited movement over a course of 3 hours. Very unusual. People move. We all move. Very unusual, sitting like that. And his voice was, every word was slow and monotonous during the first interview.
In addition to your clinical impressions and the things that you gain from interviewing someone and watching them, do you also take into consideration, did you take into consideration possible neurocognitive deficits that might be associated with schizophrenia?
Yes.
And you indicated, I believe, that you reviewed both of the reports. At that point, the first interview, you had Dr. Hanlon's first neuropsychological evaluation at some point, and then the second time around, you had the second neuropsychological evaluation. Is that right?
Yes.
Let me just make sure that's true. Yes, when you wrote your first report, you had Dr. Hanlon's neuropsychological evaluation. Is that right?
Yes.
Can I have slide 3, please, ma'am?
Before we go to that slide, Mr. King, is it okay if we take our morning break at this time?
Absolutely.
Is that a good time? All right. Members of the jury, let's go ahead and take our morning break. Please make sure that you follow all my admonishments during the break, and I'll see you back here right around 10:30. Thank you.
Excuse me.
Please be seated, everyone. The record should reflect that the jury has exited the courtroom. Let's go ahead and take our morning break, and I'll see everyone back here in about 20. Thank you. seated. Back on the record, this is the people of the state of Colorado versus James Egan Holmes, case number 12 CR 1522. The record should reflect that Mr. Holmes is present with his attorneys and the prosecutors are present as well. Are you folks ready for the jury?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, let's bring the jury in, please.
You think I should? I haven't yet. Okay.
Please be seated, everyone. Welcome back, members of the jury. Dr. Gurr, I remind you that you're still under oath, and Mr. King, you may proceed with your direct examination.
Thank you, Your Honor. Before we get to neurocognitive deficits, before we leave the interviews that you did and the way that you did them, did you, over the course of your various interviews, go back into topics over again in order to try to drill down and get more information on various topics?
Yes.
And what's the reason for doing that?
It is important to go back on information that is provided over time to evaluate the consistency of the information that is reported, to go at it from different angles to assess if there are any changes or more information is provided, because many times, as going through the interview, there's so much to cover and observe the person that you cannot delve into all details, and at times it's unsuccessful because the person doesn't respond anymore. You just are done, and you say, can you tell me more? Can you tell me more? I don't know what to say more. You let it rest, and then you come back at it. So it's both for evaluating consistency and getting more information, and maybe getting at it. It's like probing a little bit, pushing it a little bit more to get more information.
Is it your opinion whether that difficulty with communication, paucity of speech, is a symptom of the disease itself and something that you inherently have to deal with?
Yes, it's common.
Let's talk a little bit about videotaping. Did you videotape any of your examinations with Mr. Holmes?
I did not.
Do you have some kind of problem with videotaping or examinations, or is that okay with you?
It's okay, I have no problem.
Have you videotaped examinations before yourself in the past?
Yes, I did.
Do you do it in your clinical or your research work? Do you videotape examinations?
In the clinical setting, when somebody comes in or brought in with family, we do not routinely videotape. It's a very sensitive time, and many times the last thing a patient would like to see is somebody putting with a camera. You have to establish, you have to convince them to get them to stay with us. In the research setting, it is different. So people who come for research are commonly clinically stable already. We get permission from the treating physician to approach them. So if there's any concern, patient care comes always first. So if there's any concern that participating in research will jeopardize the well-being, we do not approach them. When approached, we go through the process of informed consent that is approved by the university review board on an ongoing basis, and they sign the consent. Witnesses are there, and we ask their permission if they would like to be videotaped, because it can be helpful for training purposes, so that new people who are not familiar with schizophrenia can watch as part of the training. And also when we introduce new research procedures, new types of interviews, some of them we have developed in the research, were funded to develop, and we disseminate it, we make it available to the field at large. We ask the participating person to videotape the administration, and then we train people how to score it. So, for example, we developed a scale for negative symptoms, we videotaped people with their permission.
Okay. Is a benefit of videotaping that it creates a perfect record of what was said at the time? Is that a benefit, that it accurately records the contents of the interview?
Yes.
Is there potentially a danger sometimes in videotaping? Can it affect whether the person will talk or not?
It can. It's hard to predict at times, especially when somebody's first met and early in the course of illness and unmedicated. It's just harder to predict how they might react, and it might inhibit them. So you need to use some clinical judgment.
Now, have you recorded examinations you've done in any of the criminal cases that you've done?
Yes, I did.
And which of those did you record?
Mr. Billiard?
Okay, was that the case that you testified in?
Yes, in front of a judge.
And was that the competency for execution?
Execution, yes.
Now, how many times did you see Mr. Billiot in that case?
2 times.
Okay. Were both of those videotaped?
Both times were videotaped.
Okay. Did you have a problem with it being videotaped?
Not at all.
And did you Did you in fact think it was fine that that was videotaped?
Yes,
So do you have any problem with Dr. Reed videotaping his examination?
not at all.
Now, in that Billiot case, was it recorded? Were those recorded at your request, or was it something that they were just doing for all of the experts?
They were doing for all the experts.
If you'd had an objection of some kind, would you have said so?
Yes.
Okay. How about this case here? Did you were you told whether or not you could videotape this examination?
No.
Did you suggest that it should or should not be videotaped one way or the other?
I did not.
Was there really a discussion about whether to videotape it or not prior to your examinations?
There was not.
May I have one moment, Judge?
Yes.
At the time that you of the videotaped examinations of Mr. Billiot, was he in an extremely psychotic state, much like Mr. Holmes was in November 2012?
He was extremely psychotic, and he has been on death row, I think, for over 20 years.
Okay. Now, can we please have slide 3? I want to talk about neurocognitive deficits, if I might. Can you talk to us about this slide that you created about neurocognitive deficits in schizophrenia? What kind of domains are involved?
So, multiple behavioral domains that include both cognitive abilities and emotion processing. The cognitive can include abstraction, mental flexibility, attention, verbal memory is especially notable, spatial memory, memory for shapes, spatial abilities, and speed of performance, and motor performance.
Now, these sound a lot like some of the neuropsychological tests that Dr. Manguso and the domains in those tests that Dr. Manguso and Dr. Hanlon administered. Am I right about that?
Correct.
And you just mentioned speed. Is the speed, do some of those tests test not only the accuracy of the responses, but the speed to which they're given?
Yes.
Why is that significant?
There are two components to performance, thinking about it like the two horns to the bull. One is accuracy of performance, how accurate for each item is a response provided.
Getting the answer right?
The other is speed. So people can be very fast and wrong, just push on, respond wrongly. Or people can be deliberate and slow. In schizophrenia, as in other brain disorder, speed is especially important to be considered as well.
Is the speed of cognition affected by schizophrenia, those parts of the brain, or how does that work?
The speed of cognition is affected because the processing of information is affected. And how you respond, the time is how fast you are able to get the information and respond to it. So speed is an important component in schizophrenia. The same way it is important in Alzheimer's. So it's not just schizophrenia, looking at schizophrenia as a brain disorder. It's important to look at speed.
And how do these potential deficits impact functioning and outcome then?
It varies. I mean, if you look at it varies. The degree of cognitive impairment is related to functioning. So people with schizophrenia who have lower cognitive abilities function on a daily basis. The ability to take care of themselves, the ability to hold a job, the ability to do everything that we do as healthy people, pay bills, things like that, is more affected. They need more supervision. They need somebody to guide them. And sometimes they need to live in a residential setting because they cannot function independently. So cognition is an important predictor of outcome.
Now, you've just talked about how some folks can't take care of themselves, need to be hospitalized, can't function normally. Now, we've heard testimony, and have you seen in the record that Mr. Holmes was able to do a lot of things in the spring of 2012 prior to this shooting. I mean, he continued to go to classes, he got some pretty good grades, he went to the gym, he rode his bicycle, he went to the store, he fed himself. I mean, he didn't need to be hospitalized. He seemed to be able to take care of those activities in daily life pretty well. How can that be?
Like in other disorders, brain disorders, there's a range of a level of impairment. Pre-morbid level of functioning, how was the person before the disease hit them is very important. So people who are higher functioning across brain disorders, it's not unique to schizophrenia. The brain doesn't know schizophrenia from other disorders. We evaluate it, we diagnose it. So people with higher level of functioning have much more room to give before they deteriorate. So somebody with an IQ of 120, close to 130, superior in the population. Few people, small percentage, carry this IQ, but the time, you need help, you're talking about people with much lower cognitive abilities, 2-3 standard deviations below. So the fact that he was able, with his high level of functioning and with the psychosis emerging, to function is quite common. So, people that we see from student health at Penn were psychotic, they were at Penn. They've got SAT. They live in the dorm. They're going to classes. It's a gradual process over time that takes place. And how early they're captured is important.
Have you treated clinically other high-functioning schizophrenics with high IQs who were professionals?
Yes. And
can you give us an example or two of that?
I can give you an example of a lawyer that we have treated. I did not mean it as a joke. I take every individual very seriously. So this lawyer graduated from an Ivy League school and was functioning and was at the head of a law firm. And he is the psychosis, when psychosis hits, is variable. I said commonly in age 15 to 25, but there are people who can be in the 30s. And he was married, and he had children, and he developed subtle signs in his late 20s, and he was able to compensate for it, taking more time preparing and taking notes. Within a year or what, his colleagues began to notice that he's not up to par, that he's not as sharp, that he's too delayed, that is not his usual self. It took years, the average, and for him to be able to function for that long period of time in a high-powered downtown office was incredible. So I've seen him. I've seen a graduate student in mathematics that took a while till he was diagnosed. But there are few. The majority of people, the average IQ in the population is 100. So most people with schizophrenia, by the time they are diagnosed, they are below 100. So they might be 90, most people. So to have people who are high functioning, very few reports in the literature, because there are just few of them.
Is Mr. Holmes kind of at the end of that spectrum?
Yes, he is.
That's all right. Okay.
buy weapons and scout out the theater and assemble components of a incendiary device in your apartment. I mean, do you agree that Mr. Holmes was capable of doing those things?
Yes, he was.
Does that mean that he wasn't psychotic or wasn't under the influence of delusion?
No, within the delusional system that Mr. believes that Mr. Holmes was holding at that time, the mission that he was bound on accomplishing required step by step within a delusional system, he was able to do that.
And is that uncommon in schizophrenia?
As I said before, his level of intelligence, where he was in his disease and the pervasiveness of delusion, fortunately, most people with schizophrenia are not like that. But you can see it in high-functioning, delusional people. Yes.
Now, the end of this slide here says implicate frontotemporal brain systems. Is that just the part of the brain that we're talking about here?
Yes, so there are many studies that show that if you look at the deficit and you ask what part of the brain, what regions, what brain systems are most implicated, I say most, in schizophrenia, is the front of the brain that integrates and acts, and the temporal lobe that is related more to verbal memory and adjacent to it, to emotions, temporal limbic. Yes.
Okay, can I have slide 4, please? What does this slide represent, ma'am? And are these slides part of the research that you and the people that work for you have done at the University of Pennsylvania?
Yes.
And what does this slide reflect here? What are the letters along the bottom? ABF, ATT, what's that?
Okay, so ABF is abstraction, measures of abstraction and mental flexibility. Simply the ability to shift gears when we are stuck. Attention, the ability to focus on a task and ignore other stimuli that commonly come in the real world. Verbal memory is the ability to remember words, passages, sentences from material heard or read.
Okay, so are these the neurocognitive domains that were testified to by the neuropsychologists in their testing?
Correct.
So is this that you're giving those kind of neuropsychological tests, you and your staff there, to individuals who have schizophrenia and those who don't?
Correct.
Can you tell us how that works with the colors here?
Okay, so the Turkers are control men, 118 of them, and these are healthy men with no medical or psychiatric disorder who volunteer for the research and are evaluated for the health status. In red are women, also healthy women, 93 of them. In blue are men with schizophrenia, 88. And in pink are 51 women with schizophrenia. So all of them received the same battery individually by trained professional. And the question that we addressed, and note this is from 1994, and this was early in the field of looking in a systematic way at cognition in schizophrenia. On the left are z-scores. How many standard deviation one is from the mean? Below, minus, you're below the mean. 0 is the average performance of the healthy men, control men, and control women. And as you can see, is that people with schizophrenia, and these are people who have been ill for years, for several years. So these are people who have chronic schizophrenia. So people with schizophrenia have deficits across all cognitive functioning. There's not a single function that they are close to the healthy people. It goes from -1 to -3, which is huge difference. It's a very big statistically, very significant. It's a significant deficit. And you see it across the board, but especially for attention and verbal memory, frontotemporal part of the brain. So this is very common and multiple times reported in the literature.
So is this consistent in the research over all individuals with schizophrenia, generally speaking?
It's a group of people. It's a group of people. So it's an average of all the people, and there can be variability. Not every person with schizophrenia is like the other person. The same way that not every healthy person is like another person. That's why we try to study large samples, and this finding is prevalent in all of the psychiatric literature. It's not just a finding from the University of Pennsylvania.
Okay, can I have slide 5, please? What do we have here, Doctor?
Okay, this slide is just to show the level of analysis that is required in order to dissect the complexity. So what I've shown you are more chronic people. And the next question is, well, what about people who are first episode, FE in red? They come in for the first time diagnosed with schizophrenia. Do they have cognitive deficits already? That's the question. Or is it only chronic people who have deficit? Also, if you follow the people over time and they are now stabilized on treatment, does the cognitive deficit go away? And the answer is not. So if you look at the red, follow just the red, first episode, you can see that across the board, they are impaired relative to the zero line, average of healthy people that are in blue and turquoise. And that the deficit persists, they fluctuate. It's not that everything is so consistent. It fluctuates. Some can get better and some remain worse. So the point that is important in this is the level of analysis that needs to be done and showing that people with schizophrenia have significant impairment, can have significant impairment by the time of the psychotic presentation.
And can I have slide 6, please? Does this show how that can change when someone's medicated over time?
Correct. So at time 1, the people were not medicated. They just came in and they could participate without being medicated, and then they're medicated, time 2, in red. And what you can see that they do get in some of the domains, they do get a little bit better. The star indicates statistical significance. It's beyond a chance. You know, everything changes, but it can be a chance that it changes. This means that if you repeat this again and again, it's a real finding. It is unlikely that it is obtained by chance. So the deficit can improve over time, but it's there. It's there. They do not get normal at the zero line cognitive functioning.
Okay, thank you. Slide 7, please. Does this talk about, slide reflect some of what you were telling us about people who have higher intelligence, higher education,
Yeah.
and how that can affect their functioning cognitively?
Yes. Schizophrenia interrupts people just at the time when they're transitioning to adulthood and are moving toward independence in life. So many people never achieve their potential. What we did here, we looked at people who were accepted to college. So you know that they had the potential, they did the SATs, they did well, they went through an interview, they were in college when the disease hit them and they were affected by schizophrenia. This is the solid line, dark black. Next to them are people who were not college bound. the disease affected them either earlier or, during the end of high school, or not everybody goes to college. People find other vocations that are wonderful, but they were not college bound. And what we see is that if you look at the lower part and you ask, these are the same cognitive domains: abstraction, attention, verbal memory, semantic memory for words, language, spatial ability, sensory and motor skills. You can see that the people who are in college perform across the board much better than people who were not college bound. All have schizophrenia. All have schizophrenia. So education in schizophrenia is protective. It's a protective, and people with higher education have less cognitive deficits. In some domains, like abstraction, the upper standard deviation is normal. Within normal limits, they will be. So education matters. And on the symptoms, it matters as well. If we look at the left, these are the negative symptoms measured with an established scale. And you see affective flattening on the left, alogia, avolition, lack of initiation, and anhedonia, lack of enjoyment. The people with high-functioning people, higher education, have less pronounced negative symptoms, except for anhedonia. And for the positive symptoms, they have less bizarre behavior, less thought disorder, and less hallucination. It suggests that looking at education, potential for education, brain capacity is important in looking at the cognitive and symptoms of people with schizophrenia.
Okay, thank you. We only have a couple more of these fascinating graphs here. Can I have 9, please? And we talked a little bit about flat affect and why that was important or significant in your opinion. Does flat affect matter?
Matters a lot.
How so?
So similar to address this question, because as I said before, affective processes, emotional processes, when well recognized that they are important in the clinical literature, were not part of systematic research. So why does it matter? So we divided a large sample of individuals with schizophrenia who were assessed for affect. They were assessed for other things as well. And we asked, what is the difference between people with flat affect, restricted affect, monotonous voice, lack of gestures, and people who are just like all of us, behave, move, express emotions. So the flat affect are in green. On the left is pre-morbid functioning. How did they do before they became schizophrenic? And we based this on interviews with parents, school records, teachers' comments, just the way that I described it before. And you can see that in childhood, there's no difference between the two groups. On the left, can I approach?
Your Honor, can she approach the diagram and would point with the pointer?
Yes, but could you take the microphone with you? There's a microphone, a handheld mic. There should be yeah. If you could turn it on. There you go.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, thank you.
Go ahead.
So this is during childhood. The way they developed up to age 8. What the difference between the people with flat affect as far as functioning? No. But when you go to early adolescence, age 10 to 14, the people with flat affect do worse. They just perform overall, the way they navigate through childhood, in the social domain, things at home, parental observation, they're worse. When it comes to late adolescent, after age 18, 17, 18, you can see that the gap widens, and by adulthood, they're much worse. So this is for pre-morbid, before they develop schizophrenia. Flat affect is an ominous sign in schizophrenia. Quality of life in the clinical domain overall, how do they do clinically? Social domain, friendships, the ability to be engaged with other children, with peers. Vocationally, the ability to part-time job as a student, and after that, done with school, to obtain jobs. Flat affect, means better. The blues, no flat affect, do much better, clinically, socially, and vocationally. When they go for a job interview, it's easier to hire somebody who is expressive than somebody who is sitting frozen. As far as outcome, we followed the people for 2 years and asked the question, how do they do? So the people with flat affect, both clinically, both in relationship to peers, socially, and work, do worse. So flat affect is clinically important.
Thank you. Can I have slide 10 too? Does this basically reflect the same type of thing, ma'am?
The same type of things, but in relation to cognitive functioning, same type of domains. And you can see that the people with flat affect do worse here on verbal memory. And verbal memory is a very important component of schizophrenia. Very important. I tell people, if you have a chance to study one function, you don't have the time, look at verbal memory. And emotions, the ability to identify emotions in tests that relate to brain function, they do worse.
Thank you. Now, in your review of the neuropsychological testing, in particular, the neuropsychological testing that took place over time, is it clear that the neuropsychological testing reflected some cognitive deficits and change in Mr. Holmes over time?
Sustained.
Okay. What did the neuropsychological testing indicate to you, if anything, that was significant over time?
A decline, so a few things. One, highly intelligent level of function, highly intelligent intellectual abilities that are, in the top percentiles. There are few people like that. So you're looking at the extreme of intellectual abilities. Within these level of intellectual abilities, there is variability. Important in evaluation.
I think she's still answering the question. The question was, what did the neuropsychological testing indicate to you, if anything, that was significant over time? So I think it's still part of her answer. So, doctor, you may proceed, but just make sure you answer the question that has been asked, okay?
Okay.
All right, go ahead.
Variability and decline in verbal memory over time, over the about 2-year period. So longitudinal studies are very important in psychosis, and this is what the literature shows as well. I'm putting it not related to Mr. Holmes at all. Verbal ability takes a hit and declines in people, especially early in the first few years of the psychotic process.
Okay. What about the results with regard to Mr. Holmes? What was there a significant change there, or was there not?
Yeah, his verbal memory and intellectual abilities declined over from early in the time when he was evaluated the first time to when he was evaluated in the second time.
Now, do you have an opinion about whether that's consistent with the diagnosis of a schizophrenia spectrum disorder?
It is consistent.
Does that in and of itself tell us that someone has schizophrenia or not?
No.
Is it an important factor to consider?
Yes.
Is that because, or not, we know that these neurocognitive deficits exist as a result of schizophrenia universally?
Yes.
Is there any way of corroborating that information in terms of looking at the actual brain? How can the brain structures themselves?
Yes.
And what is that?
There are two ways. One that is a previous way and is more limited is post-mortem studies, where people who have suffered with schizophrenia die and the family donates the brain for research. Then you have direct observation, the way you do in other brain disorder, Alzheimer. The most common way, and especially for young people, is through neuroimaging that provides us with the tools of looking at the brain, at brain structure and function in a living person.
Okay. And was there any neuroimaging conducted in this case?
Yes, there was.
And what was that?
The more recent MRI imaging or the CAT scan you're referring to?
Let's start with the CAT scan.
So the CAT scan was done in the fall of 2012 following a change in mental status, acute exacerbation with psychotic features that were observed in jail, and where Mr. Holmes jumped off the bed and hit his head. So commonly in such a situation, medically, an evaluation is warranted, and it was done, and it was before I ever saw him. And the CAT scan ruled out any structural lesion, namely, there was no bleed in his brain as a consequence of falling off the bed.
And is that what, would that reflect in a clinical reading of a normal CAT scan, that there was no broken skull or
Yes.
bleeding in the brain?
Yes.
What else did the CAT scan reveal when you looked at it, when we were actually able to get our hands on the actual CAT scan?
So looking at the CAT scan with a neuroradiologist, we do all the studies that we do, a neuroradiologist reviews them in addition to the quantitative. This is the practice, the common practice. And the neuroradiologist, not familiar, not knowing anything about Mr. Holmes.
Sustained.
Did you, consultation with this person, influence and form the basis for an opinion that you formed?
Yes,
And what was that opinion?
that the ventricles, which is the body butterfly shaped in the middle of the brain, that has cerebrospinal fluid in which the brain is bathing, is slightly increased.
No. So the brain is bathing? I don't understand that. What does that mean?
So, the brain is within the skull, which is a bony structure with protrusion, and that needs protection. So, every time we sneeze or move, the brain is susceptible to damage. It's bathing in cerebrospinal fluid that is protective and is also for transfer of nutrients to the brain. So that's cerebrospinal fluid that the brain is sitting. In schizophrenia, there are increased the size of the vast literature that the size of the ventricle is increased.
What's a ventricle?
Ventricle is a body of butterfly shaped in the middle of the brain that has in it the largest part of cerebrospinal fluid. So that's what I was looking for, to see if there's any indication. Commonly, it is not read in routine neurological reading. People will not pay attention to that because they look for a lesion, a bleed, a stroke, a tumor.
Okay. Was that significant in your opinion, what you saw in some ways?
Significant only to the point of saying, CAT scan is not the current standard for evaluating brain structure and function. Might be worthwhile to do an MRI. It is not diagnostic of schizophrenia, not on this basis.
Okay. And as a result, was there an MRI done?
There was an MRI done.
Do you recall when that was done? Would it refresh your recollection to look at your report?
Mm-hmm.
Was that earlier this year?
Yes, and I can tell you the exact date. April 5th, 2015.
April 5th?
5th,
5th, 2015.
correct.
May I have slide 14, please? What's this slide here?
That's a schematic illustration of an MRI setting that is available in most hospitals.
What
And
is an MRI as opposed to a
It's-
CAT scan?
So it's magnetic resonance imaging. It does not involve any radiation, and it relies on the administration of a pulse in the scanner that makes the hydrogen, the water in the scanner, shift, rotate, and then when the pulse stops, it falls, they stop, and you're able to obtain a picture of the brain. And these are the ventricles in the middle of the brain. Yeah.
Okay. And is this the type of procedure that was done with Mr. Holmes this year, recently?
Yes.
And may I have slide 15, please? What does this slide reflect? It looks like segmentation, it says up there. What does this reflect? Is this Mr. Holmes, first of all?
No.
Okay, what does this reflect then?
So this reflects the common presentation of how a slice, one slice of MRI brain looks like. And if you see that, in light
Judge, may she approach the diagram?
Yes, go ahead.
in light color here, these are the ventricles. This is where the fluid is, but also if you can see the light color, you can see it here in the salt side. So the brain is bathing in this fluid. You can also separate two gray matter in the brain, here shows in white, where the neurons are, the brain cells. So you get a quantitative measure of that, and to white matter in the brain that is more important for communication. The brain is gray matter, white brain cells, neurons, and white matter. So in addition to the neuroradiological reading of it, independently by machines nowadays, you can get the total brain volume and specifically look at brain structure. And it is done independent of the identity of a person.
I'm sorry, was there something else or? Okay. Now, is this a normal brain then, this picture here?
This is a normal brain.
Okay. May I have 16, please? And what does this reflect here?
This reflects the automated volumetric analysis.
And what's a volumetric analysis?
It's looking at different volumes of brain structure in a well-validated, automated fashion. So there's no human involvement. It is done by machine learning, and it is the standard of research in the study of brain and behavior. And what you can see is that how you can color different brain regions and grooves with different colors. It's a labeled image. From this, you get that, and then you can ask for what is the volume of each small component in the brain. And that's how we compare people with schizophrenia to people who don't have schizophrenia. And this is just an example of how, in an original study, when the neuroradiologist was reading the eye resolution for looking for subtle differences is not perfect. It's very strong for looking at a brain tumor, at stroke, or marked atrophy, as you might see in people with advanced Alzheimer. Here, this region in the temporal lobe looks normal. But when you do the quantitative analysis, there is 30% reduction in brain tissue here that is not observed by the naked eye, but is picked up by machine learning, by the segmentation process.
Thank you. You can take that down. And you can resume your seat if you would, ma'am. What did the volumetric analysis of Mr. Holmes' MRI show in your expert opinion?
So his brain parameters, brain measures, were compared to 79 healthy people. So that you have a group of healthy people, the average, and you compare his measures to them to see what is the relationship between his measures and their measures, and it goes through statistical analysis, just the way that I've highlighted. And there were several significant differences that were noted in his brain compared to the normative sample of people who are free of any disease. One was that the right fronto-orbital part of the brain, important for many times emotion, decision-making, but more emotional processing, is close to 3 standard deviation below that of healthy people. Again, on the right side of the brain has 2 hemispheres, the right and the left. The right side of the brain, the amygdala, which is deep inside, below my ear, which is an important brain hub for emotion processing, is 2 standard deviation below healthy people. And the right medial frontal lobe, important for decision making, is 2 standard deviation below the mean. So there's evidence on the MRI that when compared in a rigorous way to healthy people, it shows decrease in brain volume, in brain structures that are pertinent to emotion processing and to decision making.
And was that, in your expert opinion, consistent with the deficits that were shown by the neuropsychological testing that was done over time?
Yes, and by the clinical observations as well.
And can you explain that just briefly, please?
Is that one of the most marked impairment that was evident just by observing was the restricted affect that relates to, and should be shown in schizophrenia, to relate to amygdala volume and to orbitofrontal. And the medial is related more to his delusional beliefs, within the prominence of his delusional beliefs.
Okay. Again, is this, can you diagnose schizophrenia based upon an MRI?
No.
Is it significant when taken in consideration with all of the clinical findings, the symptomatic observations, your interviews, and the neuropsychological testing?
It's one element.
Do you have an opinion about whether it all fits together?
It fits together.
And what does it show?
May I ask a question? You mean what does fitting together show?
Yes.
It shows that there are brain systems implicated that are related to the important capacity to process emotion and make rational decision making.
Okay, thank you. I want to talk a little bit about the information that you received or reviewed concerning Mr. Holmes' family and his childhood. Is that all right?
Yes.
First of all, did you receive medical records that related to Mr. Holmes' grandfathers?
Yes.
Was that significant in your opinion based upon your review of those records?
Yes.
How was that psychiatrically significant?
One of the grandfathers had, in his 60s, presented with psychotic symptoms in the context of a medical disorder.
Was that his mother's?
Maternal, yeah, on his maternal side, correct.
Okay.
Yeah.
And how about on his paternal side?
On the paternal side, one of his paternal grandfather had, while serving in the military forces, significant anxiety that related to the appearance of his nose, preoccupied, somatic preoccupation.
Okay. And were both of those individuals hospitalized for psychosis?
Yes.
One other thing, may I approach the exhibits, Your Honor?
Yes.
Can I please have DTR 5 on the screen? This is an already admitted exhibit. No. DTR 5. Apparently 25, but it looks like 5 to me. Do you see that on the screen, ma'am?
Yes, I do.
Is that something that you've had been able to review?
Yes.
And what is the significance of this in your opinion, if it is significant?
Well, it indicates this is for his aunt, his paternal aunt, that she, paternal aunt,
Okay.
that she has suffered from schizophrenia throughout her life, and affective features were prominent, and she got the diagnosis of schizoaffective disorder. So he does have an aunt with schizophrenia.
Okay. And does it indicate that how long she's had this disorder, or
Well,
when it onset? She had her first breakdown.
Yes, she since 1980, since age 19, which is the typical age range that schizophrenia might present.
Talk a little bit about that. A typical age range of what?
So there's variability in when people with schizophrenia present. Late adolescence, early adulthood, the 20s is most common. But as I said before, people can present later than that. And this is the time that schizophrenia strikes. There are different approaches to try and explain it, why it does, but this is during a period of rapid brain changes, and also when we call upon our children to grow up and begin to assume more functioning. So this is a time of greater vulnerability. This is when schizophrenia hits most commonly.
So
This is when she is.
grow up and go out on your own and make your own life, as opposed to sitting at home playing video games, for example. Is that fair?
Yes?
And can I please have slide 18, ma'am? What is the significance of the fact that Mr. Holmes' family members have psychotic illnesses on both sides of his family, if that is significant?
So there's a very strong literature that shows genetic liability, sensitivity, vulnerability. Schizophrenia, like many other medical disorders, runs in families. It does not mean that if a person has schizophrenia, it means that there is a family member that must have schizophrenia. No. The majority of individuals with schizophrenia, it's sporadic. Didn't occur in other family member. However, when we get a history and we see that the family members, one more, were afflicted with schizophrenia, the likelihood of another close relative being affected by schizophrenia is increasing. So from 1% in the population, it can become 5% or 10%. So this person is now more vulnerable. Not different than when we think about heart disease. So the irritability, the likelihood for genetic impact in schizophrenia is 80%. It's similar to diabetes. Doesn't mean that if you have a family member with diabetes, you will have it. No. But his family history is important. And he has a significant family history for psychosis, and we commonly obtain it in clinical practice when we see a new patient, that when we consider schizophrenia in the diagnosis.
Thank you. You can take that down, ma'am. I want to talk to you a little bit about now Mr. Holmes' childhood and how that may be significant or not. And then we can move into graduate school a little bit later. But with regard to his childhood, did you say that you have had an opportunity to interview Mr. Holmes' parents?
Yes, I did.
Okay. Was it your desire to interview Mr. Holmes' parents from the very beginning of your involvement?
Yes, it was.
When were you finally able to do that?
I was able on, I believe, November 19th, 2014.
Okay.
I think so.
Do you want to check to verify that, or do you feel fairly confident about that?
I feel confident, but I always like to check. So,
Your Honor, may I retrieve that?
Thank you.
yeah, in November.
Okay.
November, I said 19th? Correct.
Did
November
you-
19th, 2014, from 6:30 p.m. to 9:15 p.m. 2 hours and 45 minutes.
Okay. Were there any restrictions put on that interview?
No.
Did you ask them about Mr. Holmes' childhood
I did,
from their perspective?
from their perspective.
Where did they live when Mr. Holmes was a child in elementary school, if you know?
In San Diego, California.
Okay. When did they move to San Diego? How old was he when they moved there?
When they moved, I'm not sure I follow.
Okay.
They moved from San Diego to Northern California.
Okay. When was that?
This was, I believe, in after in first grade, I
Okay.
believe, after he completed kindergarten, I think.
And
No,
then
he started Sundance School.
dance.
Yeah, he
that
started
the name of
Sundance
a school he
of
was
the
at?
school in San Diego, and then they moved up north.
Okay. What did they indicate? So, and how? Where up north did they move?
So I have to remember the name, Centerville or
Castroville.
Castroville, yes.
Is that the artichoke capital of the world?
Yeah,
Do you know?
agricultural area, artichoke, yeah.
How did his parents describe his social abilities during his early developmental years? When he was a toddler and then when he was in elementary school, both in at the very first in San Diego and then during the years that they were in Castroville up near Monterey.
As normal, he played with kids, he enjoyed the outdoors, he had friends in school and in the neighborhood. As expected, a typical boy, like to play ball, like to play soccer, active, no problems.
Okay. Now, we've heard some considerable testimony from a lot of witnesses that Mr. Holmes doesn't talk, that he doesn't interact socially, that he avoids eye contact, things like that in terms of his social interaction. Did his parents indicate to you that he has always been like that that's just the way he is? Or did they indicate to you that when he was a young child, that was different and it changed over time?
They indicated a change. There's variability among children. For those of you who are parents, not all of them talk at the same time or do everything at the same time. And commonly girls acquire language earlier than boys. So there was nothing in his behavior to cause them alarm. And then, his father is a statistician, his mother is a nurse. So they were watching him, his development. There was nothing in his behavior overall at that time that caused them concern.
If someone has autism, for example, would that show up, that kind of social dysfunction earlier on when they're a child?
Autism presents early in life, commonly. It is evident within the second year of life, associated with a marked delay in language acquisition, echolalia, that can be repetitive movement, and inability to interact with others.
Okay. So is this change in his social interaction tell us anything, or what is, does it rule out anything?
No, so the change occurred especially in his sixth grade as toward the move, or associated, noted during the move back to San Diego.
Okay, they moved back to San Diego.
Back to San Diego.
At sixth grade.
Yeah, 2 weeks before the end of the year.
Okay, and tell us about how his parents related what happened during that period of time.
It was a difficult period of time for him, harder to accept, hard to separate from the friends that he has made and from the school where he did well. And they noted that during the going away party, he left early and did not stay till the end. And they thought that because it was difficult for him to say goodbye and move.
So is that that sounds pretty normal to me, that if a kid in sixth grade is moved from one place to another, that would be disturbing to them. Why can't we just attribute this change to situational factors, the move?
I think that you're correct. Move can be difficult for adults and for children, but there were other things that were noted at the time. For example, difficulty in talking on the phone to invite other children to interact. So Mrs. Holmes will practice with him on the phone a little bit of like a dry run of how to talk when inviting other children, noted more increased in anxiety.
Okay. When you spoke with Mr. Holmes, did he indicate to you that what did he indicate to you about his early childhood years and any change that took place around that time, if anything?
The information that he provided was consistent with the one provided by his parents, that he liked living in Northern California, he did well in school, he had friends, he liked the outdoor, and that he didn't want to move. And the first indicated by him, not by his mother, that the first time that a thought of hurting himself has come up was, and he acted on it in a superficial way, was when they were driving in the car to San Diego, and he took a cardboard and used it on his wrist.
Okay. If a move like that can be upsetting to a child in sixth grade, is the fact that he had thoughts about suicide at that point, is that surprising?
It is.
Why?
Fortunately, most moves are not associated with that. He was distressed and depressed to the point that he didn't want to live. The thought that I'm better off dead occurred to him at that time, associated with the move. And to take this from this thought and feeling of, I don't want to go there, to actually cutting a piece of cardboard from a box that is sitting in the car on the seat next to him, cutting it off and applying it quietly to his hand and not talking about it to anybody, that's very unusual.
Is it strange that a child in 6th grade would even think about suicide.
It is. It is. I mean, there are children that present early on, but it is uncommon to act upon it, to have thoughts about it can pop up, but to act upon it, even though superficial, and not to talk to anybody about it, is alarming.
Did Mr. Holmes tell you about whether or not during this period of time he started to feel differently about himself?
Yes.
And what could you describe that for us, please?
So he felt that more anxious, less comfortable around other students, playing more computer games, trying to keep more to himself, with increased level of anxiety among other people. And this is consistent with the description of his parents, that he seemed less happy, less enjoying things, and more anxious.
Did he did anything else change that he reported to you after that move to San Diego, other than he became more anxious? How did he describe that?
That some of the thoughts that will pop to his head of kill yourself, and they increased in frequency over time, and he will trying to block them get them out of his head, because they disturbed him, and they were what we will call intrusive. They were not welcome thoughts, sort of like a pop into my head, kill yourself.
So not welcome?
Yeah.
Can you explain how that can work? I mean, our thoughts are our thoughts, right? How can we have a thought that we don't think?
Yeah, but when a thought is experienced as a command, kill yourself, it's frightening to a person. And he was frightened by it and never disclosed it. It increased his level of anxiety and the effort to cope with it by distracting himself into activities, into becoming the best student he can be, into computer games with videos, and to block those thoughts out. And later on, by pulling his hair, and the transfer of those thoughts to don't kill yourself, kill others, that went up with increase in frequency. So it was multiple component of withdrawal, spending, for example, even at home, he will read in a room, like block himself in a room, in a closet to read. Most kids don't sit and read in a closet when the household is a quiet household. But this is where he felt comfortable. Or when people will ring the bell, he will run away from the door. Sort of fear of encountering strange people or people he didn't meet before. So we're talking about high level of anxiety in middle school, but he felt he managed it. He was struggling with it, but managed it without disclosing it, but consistent with his mother's observations.
Now, were there writings in his notebook which were consistent with this, that indicated that he'd felt oddly about himself, that he had a broken brain way back into his childhood?
So we're talking now moving into adolescence, he recognized that something was wrong with him. And from his perspective, that is also disclosed in his writing, but also in the interviews, he needed to be biologically perfect. Having glasses before he moved to San Diego back was a sign of biological weakness. Having glasses is a sign of biological weakness.
Was that a significant thought in your opinion psychiatrically?
Yes, Yes.
Why? And explain that,
The,
please.
the wish for perfection, that you need to be a perfect person and excel in what you do and have no biological impairment. At such a young age, we're seeing glasses is not a nuisance. You know, now I might forget them, but I'm not a perfect specimen. It's very unusual to have this type of perception of something is wrong with me because I have glasses. When his anxiety was growing and the thoughts of suicidal thoughts were flashing through his head and marked anxiety in school when seeing other kids and avoiding them or having to talk, this for him was another sign of biological weakness. Something is wrong with him. And as he grew older, he began to look of what is wrong with me and began to check on the internet what do the symptoms or what are the experiences that he's going through with increased frequency and intensity. What does it fit? What might I have? And without discussing it with anybody else.
Okay. Now, we've heard about social anxiety, and would you agree with me that a lot of people have social anxiety?
Yes, to some degree or another.
Okay. In the way that Mr. Holmes described it to you, though, beginning with being in high school, early in his high school years, what was the nature of the social anxiety that he felt when he was around other people? In other words, is that shyness or just awkwardness that's normal for a teenager, or to him did this have a more profound manifestation?
Well beyond the shyness or awkwardness that is common many times in adolescence. It is an intense, as he described it, and manifested in his body posture. This was the time when we were going that I described the first interview, when he was, shaking, was the description of himself when I asked him, what happens when you go through the hallways in school? What happens? He'd rather be buried in the wall. Kids who will walk next to him will be an ominous threat. Maybe they're looking at him. They know that they can tell that there's something wrong with him. It adds a psychotic flavor to it. Kids might feel awkward or sensitive, that's common. But the intensity of it and the anxiety and the plucking of his hair during this time and avoiding interaction is much higher than the social anxiety that a teenager or an adult, but at this time we're talking in his teenage years, can experience. It was extremely intense for him.
And did he describe that as so intense that he was paralyzed with fear?
Paralyzed when he was manifesting, when I pushed him in this direction. Imagine that now you are in high school and you're walking down the halls. Tell me, how are you feeling right now? This is when he really didn't want to do it. And this is when his body language changed and he became red and had difficulty breathing. And I asked him, how do you feel now? Paralyzed. Almost what is described as fight or flight situation. Like he'd rather not, he can't be there anymore.
Did you notice in Dr. Reed's videotaped interviews that he repeatedly talked about freezing in social situations? Did he use similar language with you?
He did, consistent with Dr. Reed.
And what's the significance of freezing? Is that a phenomenon that's common in schizophrenia?
Not common in schizophrenia, except with very high levels of anxiety before somebody is treated. And freezing is associated with amygdala dysfunction. And that's why in the MRI, I attributed significance that it goes with that, with the volume of the amygdala. That's the mechanism that we have in our brain that is shared by lower animals of fight or flight. You know, the situation of freezing, you feel you are threatened, you feel under threat, and you have to fight or remove yourself from the situation. So it's high level of anxiety, very high level of anxiety.
Does any of the research that you've done talk about how the brain reacts in these individuals under those circumstances?
Correct.
Can you describe that briefly, please?
So when we present, MRI gives an opportunity to look at functional MRI. You can present, when people are in the scanner, you can present to them stimuli, pictures on a computer screen, the way we are doing now, and what you show them is specifically designed to activate a specific brain system. So because flat affect, prominent in schizophrenia, is associated with impaired emotional functioning, many studies, not just ours, have presented people with schizophrenia in the scanner with pictures of people. We use professional actors and actresses showing emotions. So it can be a happy emotion, it can be anger. I'm not maybe as good at it. The actors and actresses are really good at it. Fear. And we ask them to identify the emotion by pushing a button, and we watch what happens in the brain. For people with schizophrenia, the amygdala response is very different than healthy people, especially for faces that are threatening, faces expressing fear and faces expressing anger. The healthy people show increased amygdala activation. It's the alarm system in the brain. People with schizophrenia are flat, like the amygdala is frozen, cannot react, they freeze.
Now, when I looked at the videotape with Dr. Reed and he talked about freezing, I didn't see him go like this and almost like start crying and get all red in the face. It looked to me like he was just sitting there the same way he was the whole rest of the 23 hours. How can you explain the difference in when he talked about it to you?
I think there are multiple factors. I think I'm the first who spoke to him about that. I pushed him hard and repeatedly to explore more what is it like to be in school, putting him in the school setting. I think that by the time I did it, he felt more comfortable, although he said that he was afraid of me, of what I might do to him. He has gone through that repeatedly over the course of 2 years, and the effect of medication takes time, and he was stabilized on medication and improved. So with this, he looked somewhat different, and it's not that, he looked like that more, and is it in my note, as I see him every time I saw him. He felt more comfortable, and he spoke more freely. This was the exception, and it was telling because it demonstrated to me visually in front of me of what was it like for him during years of to go through experiencing day by day when going to school, the fear around people.
Mr. King, I'm sorry, it's 12, so it's time to take our lunch break. Members of the jury, let's go ahead and take our lunch break at this time. Please make sure that you comply with all my admonitions during the break. Let's plan to have you back here at 1:30, okay? Thank you. Please be seated, everyone. The record should reflect that the jury has exited the courtroom. Doctor, you can go on break. There are a few things I need to talk to the attorneys about, but you can go on break, okay?
Thank you.
All right, thank you. All right, I have a few housekeeping matters to go over. The first thing is just planning ahead. I am intending to have all the exhibits submitted to the jurors during their deliberations, and we would have to select the largest jury room, which would be the one here for Division 201, but I think we can get all of the exhibits in there. I just wanted to let the parties know I'm treating it the way I would treat any other case. The only thing that we would not send back to the room would be the ammunition, because we would be sending the weapons, and I would give them an instruction that if they wanted to see the ammunition, they would have to ask for it, and we'd take back the weapons, any firearms, and then give the ammunition to them. But they can't have both. That's just a policy that we have for obvious reasons.
And I assume what Your Honor is saying is the live ammunition, the spent rounds and the casings are okay to go back?
Correct. I'm talking about the live ammunition, right? And then, but CDs, DVDs, that kind of thing, they all would go back, but they wouldn't have a way to play any of them. And obviously, if they at some point wanted to play them, then they would have to ask us for some equipment. And then I would obviously call you in at that time, although it may be preferable to talk to you ahead of time. But we need to plan ahead, and so I'm telling you that this is how I'm intending to proceed. If anybody has an objection or sees a problem with that, now is the time to tell me. Ms. Nelson.
Just on that note, Your Honor, I just wanted to let you know that we've been going through and having our support staff go through and check our list of admitted exhibits against the court's list, just to make sure that we're clear and that there aren't any discrepancies. And I think there are a couple, and they certainly could be on our end. I haven't had a chance to go through that yet, but I just wanted to let you know that we're doing that, and if there are some discrepancies that we see, we'll make an effort to try to clear those up, just to make sure that we're all clear on what's been admitted and what hasn't.
Please, I would like you to do that. My staff has been particularly careful with exhibits, and that's not my request, but I would appreciate it if you have a discrepancy, to let us know, let my staff know, so that we can address it on the record. There are a lot of exhibits, obviously, and it may be difficult for them to navigate through them, but I'm not intending to give them any kind of table or index or anything like that, because it gets problematic. And the reason for that is that the only way that would be helpful is if each item has a description. And I don't think it's appropriate for them to have a description, whether it's from the court or the parties. They'll just have to find their way through them, and hopefully they'll put them back in the right place, because we have them organized in boxes. But and we'll ask them to do that, but they cannot have an index or a table of contents or anything like that for the reasons that I just stated. The next item on my list has to do with the exhibit that was admitted earlier today. That's D-TR-94. And I informed Mr. Brockler and Mr. King that I would make a more detailed record about that later, and so let me do that now. Neither side provided any authority, and so I did some research on this, and this has to do with the defendant's writings at the jail. I found some case law, nothing from Colorado. There's nothing, there's no authority in Colorado on this point, but I did find some authority in other states. I found the case of Toth versus State. That's T-O-T-H. That's a very recent Wyoming Supreme Court case. In fact, from last month, from just a couple of weeks ago, June 17, 2015. And although it was in a different context, it has a discussion that I think is pertinent to this issue here. The context in that case had to do with the defense attempting to elicit the content of the defendant's incoherent babblings to further support his self-induced intoxication defense. In that case, I think the assertion was that he was under the influence of methamphetamine, and as a result, he was confused and was having hallucinations, both visual and auditory. And Here's a discussion from the Wyoming Supreme Court. Nonsensical statements and prove insanity, competency, testamentary capacity, and other issues relating to mental state. And they cite People versus Vanda, V-A-N-D-A, which is published at 444 Northeastern 2nd 609. That's a case from the Illinois Court of Appeals from 1982. In that case, the defendant's letters from jail indicated that he was helping to run the jail or that he was a prison fireman. And the court found that they were admissible to show insanity. If I remember correctly, and I found that case independent of this case, by the way. And if I remember correctly, the appellate court reversed the trial court's ruling on hearsay and said this is not hearsay and should have been admitted. Another case that's cited in the Wyoming, or by the Wyoming, is published at 360 Northeastern 2nd 1121. That's a case from the Illinois Court of Appeals from 1977. In that case, the defendant's out-of-court statements were found to be admissible as non-hearsay evidence of mental state. People versus Chancey, C-H-A-N-C-Y, another case from Illinois, published at 414 Northeastern 2nd, 1239. That's a case from the Illinois Court of Appeals from 1980. The words fantastic, super dopey, D-O-P-E-E, and me, which were written on a blackboard at the scene of the crime, were found to be non-hearsay. Sollers versus State, S-O-L-L-A-R-S, that's a case from the Nevada Supreme Court from 1957, published at 316 Pacific 2nd 917. The defendant's classic paranoid letters were admissible as non-hearsay evidence of mental state. Chase versus State, that's a case from the Alaska Supreme Court from 1962, published at 369 Pacific 2nd 997, overruled on other grounds by Shade versus State, S-C-H-A-D-E, 512 Pacific 2nd 907, Alaska 1973. In that case, the defendant's out-of-court statements were admissible on the issue of insanity. And then, independent of the Wyoming Supreme Court's opinion, I found Price versus State, which is a case from the Texas Court of Appeals, 627 Southwestern 2nd, 253. That's a case from 1982. Similar ruling. By the way, in the Toth decision, T-O-T-H, the court said here, the non-statements, and the court referred to them as non-statements because they were nonsensical statements, by virtue of being non-statements, were not assertions. Furthermore, by the very fact that they were non-statements, we cannot conceive how the officer's testimony could have been used to prove the truth of the matter asserted. That was referring to the responding officer. In the Wyoming case, it was not, it did not involve statements made at the jail after arrest. It involved statements made around the time of arrest to the responding officer. The court, and I just quoted part of the opinion, the court went on to say that nonsensical statements and those that are patently untrue in light of observable conditions have historically been received to prove insanity, competency, testamentary capacity, and other issues relating to mental state. That's what I mentioned at the very beginning of my discussion of that case. The court then added, nonsensical or delusional statements may be as clear an indication that the utterer, U-T-T-E-R-E-R, is not in his right mind as physical signs and symptoms or bizarre behavior, and they can thus be verbal acts or words of independent legal significance which are not hearsay. And then there's a cite to McCormick and evidence in Mueller and Kirkpatrick on federal evidence. So for all those reasons, I find that Exhibit D-TR-94 is admissible. For the same reasons, the statement by the defendant at the jail related to doing something with a light bulb, and I think he was trying to put out some kind of hairspray bottle and doing something with it, and then was asked what he was doing and made a statement about it, and then the statement related to an electrical outlet are admissible based on this authority as well. I admitted them last week, or I found last week that they were admissible under a hearsay exception. But this authority would seem to indicate that they're not hearsay and they're admissible as not hearsay. And I said last week that even though I had initially rejected them, that I would allow the defense to introduce them into evidence, and that's still my ruling. I'm just saying that this authority would indicate that they are admissible for a different reason. And if the defense needs the court's assistance in getting that witness back here or getting a different witness here to testify about them, the defense should let me know, because the court will provide that assistance. The other reason that D-TR-94, or the other basis that it's admissible under, is Rule 703. And I mentioned that at the bench conference, but I did not make a complete record. Under Rule 703, the facts or data in the particular case upon which an expert bases an opinion or inference may be those perceived by or made known to the expert at or before the hearing. If of a type reasonably relied upon by experts in the particular field, informing opinions or inferences upon the subject, the facts or data need not be admissible in evidence in order for the opinion or inference to be admitted. And what I found during our bench conference is that although Mr. King did not ask Dr. Gurr whether D-TR-94 is of a type reasonably relied upon by experts in a particular field, informing opinions or inferences upon the subject, that the record convinces me that the writings are of a type reasonably relied upon by experts in the particular field, informing opinions or inferences on the subject of the defendant's sanity. And I made that ruling based on the experts who have testified before Dr. Gurr. And I think, as I recall, these writings were submitted to Dr. Reed, and I can't remember now if Dr. Woodcock reviewed them or not. But Dr. Metzner, I believe, reviewed them. Dr. Reed, I know for a fact, questioned the defendant about them. So I do think that these are the type that an expert would be justified to rely on informing an opinion on the issue of sanity, and that would be an expert in the field of psychiatry. So, but because I'm admitting them, and further, there's one more finding I have to make under Rule 703, and that is that the probative value in assisting the jury to evaluate the expert's opinion substantially outweighs any prejudicial effect, and I make that finding here. I find that the probative value of the writings in assisting the jury to evaluate Dr. Gurr's opinion substantially outweighs the any prejudicial effect. Now, generally, I might entertain a request for a limiting instruction for evidence admitted under Rule 703, but in this case, because I'm also admitting D-TR-94 as non-hearsay, I'm not going to give that instruction. I am admitting it not only under Rule 703, but also independent of Rule 703 based on Toth, TOTH versus state, and all the other authority that I cited a moment ago. And when I came across this authority, it led me to think again about the video taped interview that was done by a defense investigator of the defendant while he was in the hospital. And I continue to see that as different, because in that case, the defendant, as I recall from watching the video recording, is in a hospital bed, and he seems groggy. It seems like he may be under the influence of substances, and there's a discussion that's going on, and at least some of the statements that he's making are statements that are not nonsensical, are statements that frankly make a lot of sense. Talking about, for example, the Broncos having beaten the Chargers the day before, I believe it was. And I think he's asking whether it was offense, defense, or special teams that did the Chargers in. And the answer is all three phases, basically. And then I think Mr. Holmes asked about the cheerleaders. And so there are at least portions of it that are not, that make a lot of sense and are just normal conversation and are not nonsensical. And so in its entirety, I continue to find that the videotape is not admissible, even under this authority that I found yesterday. The last thing that I wanted to make a record on was with respect to the discussion we had yesterday. I went back and looked at order D-264 small a-3, and specifically footnote 4. And what I said in that order, which by the way dealt with the defense's request to have me order the videotaped examination of the defendant by Dr. Reed redacted, which I granted in part. In footnote 4, I said, of course, like Dr. Reed, other experts will have an opportunity to testify about questions they asked or topics they discussed during their examination of the defendant, even if those questions did not bear fruit. And I went back and looked at that order in the context of discussing the early environmental insult, which was a discussion we had yesterday in the context of one of the slides that the defense wanted to use with Dr. Gurr, because Mr. King argued that the court had allowed some of the videotape questions by Dr. Reed of the defendant, even though they eventually were not significant to his conclusions or findings or opinions. Not only the questions, but the answers in response to those questions. And I said in my order that I was allowing some of those questions for the purposes of showing the thoroughness and reliability of Dr. Reed's examination. And I thought that it was relevant for those reasons. Here, the issue isn't what Dr. Gurr asked the defendant during one of her meetings with him. The issue had to do with Dr. Gurr looking at some records on her own and the defense wanting to have her testify about those medical records. And I just want to make clear, I don't have a problem with the defense asking Dr. Gurr if she reviewed medical records that go back to the defendant's birth. I don't have an issue with that. I think that goes to the thoroughness and reliability of her findings and conclusions. But what I have an issue with is having any testimony related to the fact that apparently when Mr. Holmes was born, his mother had gestational diabetes, and that also he was lodged in the pelvis during the birth process, which caused him to have a flattened head, and was then had to be born by C-section as a result. Mr. King admitted yesterday during his comments that Dr. Gurr's opinion is that this was not a cause of schizophrenia in this case, and that in fact this is not contained in her opinions, and for that reason was not even disclosed to the prosecution because it doesn't form the basis for any of her opinions. And so I don't have a problem with her saying she went back and discussed records as far back as when the defendant was actually born and having to do with the birth of the defendant, just to show how thorough she was. But to have her then go into the contents of those records only to say to the jury, oh, and by the way, the contents of those records do not have any significance for any of my opinions and do not form the basis of my opinions, that's the part that I think is improper. So long as the contents of the records are not significant to her and do not bear on the basis for her opinions, then that information is irrelevant. To the extent that that information had any significance for her or affected her opinions in any way, then it should have been disclosed, and it was not. And so either way, it would be improper. But in this case, I think Mr. King was very candid with the court yesterday. Although initially he had, I think, stated it wrong, he came back to it and said, I didn't say it right. In this case, this had no effect on her, and it did not affect her opinions, and it did not form the basis for any of her findings or opinions. So Just wanted to clarify that. I think that's all I have. Is there anything that the parties need to talk about at this time on behalf of the people? Mr. Orman?
Sort of lost track, Judge. What time do you want us back from the?
1:30, please. Is there anything from the defense? Mr. King?
I've marked Dr. Ger's slides as CTR 83, if I could submit those to the court.
Yes, those are in their entirety, correct?
Yes.
All right, great. Okay, thank you. The court will be in recess. Thanks, everyone. seated. Good afternoon, everyone. This is the case of the people of the state of Colorado versus James Egan Holmes, case number 12 CR 1522. The record should reflect that Mr. Holmes is present with his attorneys, and the prosecutors are present as well. We are outside the presence of the jury. Before the break, I made a record, an additional record with respect to the video recording at the hospital, and I should have mentioned the specific numbers of the exhibits, and I didn't do that, so let me do that now, just so that the record is complete. They are exhibits D-TR-78 and 79. 78 has subtitles, and 79 does not have subtitles. Is that right, Ms. Nelson?
I believe that is right. Your Honor.
Okay, Mr. King is saying he thinks it's right. I think it's right as well. If you find out it's wrong, let me know. I just wanted to make sure the record was complete in that regard. And Ms. Nelson saying it's right. The other thing I should have mentioned is that there is a portion of that video recording where the defendant is questioned about whether he had seen shadows the night before, and there's a discussion about seeing shadows and what the shadows do. And I find that to be different than what the Wyoming Supreme Court was talking about in Toth, T-O-T-H. I think those types of statements are assertions, as the term is used in the definition of hearsay, because there it's someone not saying, I'm seeing shadows right now. It's not someone saying things that are nonsensical. It's someone remembering something from the past. And the definition of assertion that the Wyoming Supreme Court at least relied on was one that comes from McCormick and Evidence, which is to say that something is so, e.g. that an event happened or that a condition existed. That would be like having, for example, someone on the defense's team interview the defendant during the lunch hour and ask him if he has seen shadows in the past. It would be the same kind of thing. It would be him discussing something that allegedly was experienced in the past, or a condition that existed in the past, as opposed to someone uttering things right now as they are experiencing them that are nonsensical. So to the extent that the video recording contains those types of statements, I don't think that those fall within the scope of the ruling in Toth and some of the other authority that I cited before the lunch hour. So I should have mentioned that, and I meant to do that, and I forgot. Are the parties ready for the jury? Mr. Bruckler? Mr. King, are you ready?
Yes.
Actually, before we bring the jury in, would counsel approach for just a moment, please? Okay, let's bring the jury in, please. Please be seated, everyone. The record should reflect that the jury has joined us again. Welcome back, folks. I hope you had a good lunch. Good. All right, Doctor, you're still under oath, and Mr. King, you may proceed with your direct examination of Dr. Gurr.
Thank you, Your Honor. Doctor, I would want to go through with you some of the statements and conversations that you had with Mr. Holmes over the course of the 28 hours of interviews that you did with him. Is that all right?
Yes.
I'm sorry. You may. Sorry. Hold on. Members of the jury, the court has admitted the testimony of Dr. Gurr only for a limited purpose. You may consider her testimony only as to the issues raised by the defendant's plea of not guilty by reason of insanity. You shall not consider this evidence for any other purpose. All right, you may proceed.
Thank you, Doctor. First, with regard to that first visit on December 19th, we talked quite a bit about that purpose that you had. We talked a little bit about that before the lunch break, about the materials that you had going in, the limited nature of the materials, the proximity in time to when Mr. Holmes was in the hospital, and those kind of issues. During that, and you described his demeanor as well, and that it was hard to get him to talk. Were you able to get some background information from him that was consistent with the information you got from his parents about his life, where they'd lived, and things like that.
Yes,
Now, is it, you also talked about, did he indicate to you that, that he basically had no bad memories of being a young child, that he had a fairly normal, happy young childhood?
correct.
And when he talked to you about the issues that arose that caused him to become very emotional, and I think you said it was when he was talking about this freezing that happens in high school, beginning in high school. Is that right?
Yes,
Well, I think he's just setting up the next question, and he's repeating what has already been
And
testified to. Go ahead.
okay, thank you, Your Honor. Following that, did you talk to him about why he didn't shoot himself rather than going into the theater?
I repeatedly asked him why he did not kill himself through shooting or other means,
And what did he say?
that he could not bring himself to do that. He considered it, but he could not do it.
Did he indicate whether he was afraid to do it or whether he just couldn't do it?
He couldn't do it.
Did you ask him what he was afraid of?
He was afraid of people. He was afraid of being a failure. He was afraid of not attaining the goals that he set up for himself at the beginning of high school, to pursue neuroscience and be able to advance the understanding of people with difficulties in learning and in memory. This is something that he stated at age 14 and was corroborated also by his parents, that he has discussed with them. So the fear of people, the recognition that there is something very wrong with him, and that something wrong with him biologically, that he's diseased, was a major theme that came up during those discussions.
Did you ask him whether he was afraid of you?
I asked him if he was afraid of me during the first interview, when he avoided eye contact, when I felt that he looks through me, when he looked at the wall behind me, and when he became emotional and he said he's afraid of me, and what are you afraid of? I'm afraid of what you might do to me. What might I do to you? And there was no response.
Was this the period of time when was he still showing that kind of emotion that was uncommon for him at that point?
It was toward the end of it.
And was there any other time that he showed that kind of emotion, or right during that period of time?
No, the only time that there was some, we covered in that context when talking about fear and why didn't you shoot yourself, or why didn't you kill yourself, shooting or any other way? And he said that he couldn't. I told him, but you could kill others. And he was a little bit shaken, not the way he was before, but pushed back in the chair, and his eyes were wide open.
And did that conversation follow the conversation about his anxiety being around other people where he was emotional?
Yes, and about the fear of me, and me asking him, why didn't you shoot yourself?
What about when you asked about, or did you ask right after that about how other people would feel being shot.
I did explore it at that time and repeatedly. And right after that, when his eyes were wide open and I followed, how did you think other people will feel? He was like shocked that other people will have a reaction at all, that they will not want to die. If he considers that life and death are the same, other people do not value life as well. Everybody is going to die, so when people die, makes no difference. I also followed by asking, how did you think will the families of the people feel? And he looked like shocked. This was the time that he was like sitting back, looking at his eyes. It's something he did not consider before, the reaction of the people and the family members.
How can that be? How can that be that one can go into a movie theater and shoot people and not consider the effects on the families or the people that are being shot?
When somebody is in a psychotic state with a focus on accomplishing a mission that must be accomplished, that it has to be done, everything else is not thought about. And it's not that unusual for somebody in the intensity of a delusion and feel that this is something that has to be accomplished. It must be done, not to consider anything else. Clearly, it's hard for me, and I think for people in general, to consider how a human being can be like that. But people who are seriously mentally ill do not have the capacity to do that at that time of the shooting.
And we're going to talk about capacity coming up, but let me ask you this. If he'd had these intrusive, unwanted, homicidal thoughts popping into his head that he didn't like since he was a sophomore in high school, so for years, this compulsion to kill, why did he then wait until July 20th, a date that he'd planned out, circled in his calendar, and made extensive plans? I mean, if he's so compelled to kill somebody, why didn't he just do it before?
Before, and quoting him, it was just a thought, a fleeting thought that he was able to block, to divert his attention from, by the computer games, by doing his homework, finding a refuge from being tormented by these thoughts. Consider that he's a young person, an adolescent. Most people don't have a thought like that comes from nowhere. It is extremely disturbing. He was able to say, it's a thought, it happened, let me do, what can I do to undo it, not to have it so tormenting to me? And it was several things that he was able to do. The computer games were a refuge, the doing his homework and doing it well, getting good grades, and plucking his hair continuously and not feeling any pain doing it. Plucking it from his head, from his chin, from his eyebrows. This is extremely painful if you try, extremely painful. He was totally numb to it. It didn't hurt. It just diverted his attention. So he had actions that he will take in order to put this thought, keep it just a thought. But it has continued for years. It has continued in the background. And when he went to graduate school, a new environment, small classes that require interaction with other people, require presentations, things have become extremely difficult for him. The realization, and this did not stop, it continued and intensified, the realization that something is very wrong with him and he will not be able to accomplish what he'd have liked to accomplish in life. His life goals has become much stronger for him, and his delusions were developing and took off a life of their own. So he was engulfed by the delusion and the thoughts that the only way out is to accomplish his mission. And once he said it to Gargi and to Dr. Fenton, that this is something that preoccupies him, the floodgates were open. He had to do it. There was no way out. He struggled with it for years, and he reached the point, maybe if he wouldn't have been in graduate school, but would have continued in the pill factory, night shift, barely interacting with anybody, this would have never happened. But he did go to graduate school. He was accepted to graduate school, and it was like a storm that in some ways he tried to stop by seeking help with student help, by helping his friends, who didn't do much about it except telling him that it will be okay.
So you're saying going to graduate school caused the shooting?
Going to graduate school does not cause shooting, fortunately. But for him, who was already on the way, if you look at the developmental curve, if he was already on the way to psychosis, the graduate school experience was the last straw. He could not handle it, and he realized how difficult it's going to be for him. He experienced it as a failure. It doesn't mean that in reality it was a failure. He was doing okay. He was presenting, he was going to class, he got good grades. But in his distorted perception of reality, he was not perfect. He was not getting all A's. He was having difficulties in learning the laboratory procedures. He was not at the top. There was something wrong with him. It's his perception. It wasn't his teacher's perceptions or any normal people looking at his record, but in his perception, he was a failure. And in his delusions, life was meaningless anyway. We are all going to die. Who knew if we weren't dead before we became alive? And he went this so intensification of his delusion, living more in his own world and stepping out from time to time. And then the actions to accomplishing the mission became the central part, the focus of his life, with no other people not knowing it.
So is then the compulsion or the loss of control to do the mission, meaning the mission has to be carried out exactly the way it's planned? Is that part of the psychotic delusion?
Yes. If the mission is not carried out, it's not mission accomplished.
So is that why we have the planning and wait till July 20th before the shooting takes place? Is that why it doesn't happen earlier?
Yes.
Sustained.
Is that or is that not why it happened earlier?
Yes, it is.
Now this hair plucking and this other focusing on schoolwork and video games, now that doesn't make a lot of sense to me. And so maybe you can explain that, because is that something he thought of, like, oh, I'm having unwanted thoughts of homicide and I'm a sophomore in high school, I know what I'll do, I'll pull my hair out and that will make the thoughts go away. That doesn't make a lot of sense to me.
Overruled. You can answer.
Can you explain that to us?
Yeah, it doesn't happen the way you said it. It's not a deliberate psychosis, is not a deliberate process that somebody brings upon himself or herself and calculates at each step of the way, this is how I'm going to react. The thought comes, it's an intrusive, unwanted thought. I mean, trying to imagine that you're sitting at home, trying to work on your homework, you're not in school, and suddenly the thought, kill yourself. No, kill other, kill yourself, kill other. And he developed his way of coping with it that worked for him. He took it away from him, namely, focus on do your homework now. And he will notice when describing it later that when he was busy doing his homework, the thought will go away. When he was playing computer game, it will go away. When he will pluck his hair, it will go away. And with this, when the thought will come, he was doing what he could do, what within his ability to do, secretively. He will not pluck his hair when other people will look at him. He will do it secretively. He will go to the side and do it because he did not want other people to see and think that he is crazy. He was checking the different diagnostic. Remember, we are dealing with an individual with high level of intellectual functioning and in the internet available. Somebody was studying biology and wanted to be a neuroscience major. He knew about the brain, and he began to read about it more and more and realized something is really wrong with me. And this is something that he had to hide, and that's not different from other people with schizophrenia. They deny their illness. This is the major difficulty that we have as professionals, not in the criminal setting. It's very similar in the sense that people we see will say, I'd rather die than you tell me that I have schizophrenia. They deny the illness. There's tremendous stigma and fear of it among people. And the people who develop it notice it. They know I'm losing it. I'm different than everybody else. And that's what he was experiencing.
Now, he made a statement to you, did he not, in the course of this first interview, when you asked about a movie. Did you ask him about why a movie theater?
I'm trying to remember if it was in the first interview. What page are you on?
I'm on page 3 of your notes from 12/19/2012.
So you are not in my report, but my written notes?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So please bear with me for a second. On 12/19. Just 1 second, please. Visit 1. Yes. Which page are you on, please?
I'm on page 3.
Yes.
Did he tell you he chose a movie theater because he liked movies?
He liked movies. This was his first response when I asked him, why did you choose a movie theater? And he said, his first response, I liked movies.
Okay, now, you've read Dr. Metzner's, Dr. Reed's report, and is that right?
Yes, I did.
Now, he told these doctors that he chose the movie theater because there's going to be a lot of people there to shoot and kill, and it was a good place to do it. Am I misstating what your understanding of what he told them was?
No, you're not.
Well, how can we explain this inconsistency, or can we?
I think that it was difficult for him in his first interview to tell me the graveness of his actions, and that later on he did mention that the movie theater was part of the proximity to where he lived, and that he was familiar with it, and it was a movie about chaos that appealed to him, why he selected it, but the first reaction was, I like movies and I like computer games, which is quite shocking. But I do not see it as inconsistent because the same information that was provided to the other experts was provided to me later. Okay. So he did intend to kill people.
And did he tell you that on subsequent interviews when you asked him?
Yes, he did.
And on November 18th, when you interviewed him, November 18th, 2014, did he tell you the movie theater, because it was impersonal, high chance of shooting people, and felt comfortable because it's familiar?
Yes, correct.
Did he tell you anything about hallucinations during this first interview? And I'm again looking at page 3.
Page. Let me go back. Yeah, toward the end of the interview, I began to probe about experiences, and I quote, and perceptions that other people may not experience. So you don't ask people about hallucinations, but experiences that you have that other people might not experience. And he said that he did hear, quote, noises, but did not provide details. I asked him for more details. What type of noises did you hear? Can you imitate the noises that you heard? When will it occur? He did not respond to further questions, and I raised it in the later on again. I also asked him about visual perceptions. He said that he saw things moving in the room when nobody was there, and because it was toward the end of the interview, and I thought that both of us were exhausted, it was the end of the day, I noted that this is an important topic to come back to, and my assessment was that he's not going to disclose more at that time.
Did you later go back and re-explore that issue at a later date?
Yes, also during the interview, when he was looking at the back of the wall, it appeared, you infer from the behavior, but when he looked with intensity toward the back of the wall and there's nothing there, I thought that there was nothing there. I mean, I looked back, there was nothing there. It was a bare wall that he was staring at it. I cannot tell, and he did not respond, what do you see at that time? But it is something that I wanted to pursue later on. He did say later on that he saw shadows in the laboratory during a laboratory procedure. He will turn his head, and there was nothing there. And this happened not frequently, but more than once. It is significant in the sense that it is more likely to infer, or more likely to infer that a perception has occurred when it is motivating a behavior. Namely, if you'd have been continuing with a laboratory procedure and said, yeah, I think shadow, it's different than I stopped and I looked to the side and there was nothing there. It directed his behavior. So that was a time. There were other times when we went over what happened in the cell, in jail, before he was hospitalized, and he reported hearing voices and seeing things at the time. And also when in the hospital, he reported that he heard voices that were talking to him, multiple, and telling him what to do, and that he saw things. And he was hiding at that time under the covers to avoid them.
Okay. Did he, when he looked at the wall like that, did he point to the wall and say something or demonstrate to you?
I say, you're looking at the wall. Right there was his response, right there.
Okay.
But no elaboration. I could not get more information.
Okay. And you mentioned the hiding from shadows while he was at Denver Health Medical Center, and we'll get to that shortly here. During the second session with him, was that February 9th of 2013?
Yes,
During February 9th of 2013, did he tell you at some point that the world was coming to an end?
yes, he did, and repeatedly throughout the sessions, that he believed that the world is coming to an end. And I explored with him if there's going to be like a meteor that is going to hit, our planet, or anything like that. And he said this was not what he ascribed to the world coming to an end, but more than things in nature are born and die, and the world is coming to an end. We are all going to die.
So, when you explored that, was he referring to some apocalyptic event, or is it more a nihilistic thought that there's no meaning to life anyways?
Correct. Nihilistic thought rather than apocalyptic event.
Now, at some point, did he tell you that he thought he was helping people out by shooting them? Something along those lines.
Yes, he did.
That explain that to us, please, if you can.
Everybody is going to die anyway. The way I feel that there's no purpose in life, other people feel too, and I'm going to put them out of their misery. Life is miserable for everybody. The thought, when I told him, do you think that all people feel like you? People enjoy life. People want to live. His response was like one of those wide-eyed.
Have you ever seen him give that look since the first few interviews there?
No,
Did you ever see that look in Dr. Reed's videos?
no.
Have you seen the videotape of Mr. Holmes at his first court appearance, when he was first brought to court, that was on television, when he has the red hair?
I did.
Does he make similar facial expressions during that court appearance as he did during the first two interviews with you?
Yes, but during the interviews with me, because I was pushing him and was talking about topics that are difficult, it was more striking seeing him face to face and talking to him with this distance than to see it in court when he's one in a crowd. But this is an illustration of it, although it's more striking when face to face.
Now, with regard to the world is coming to an end, or there's no meaning to life comments, is that, in your opinion, consistent with some of the writings in the notebook about life having no value and not being demarcated, and life's fallback to being death, things like that?
Yes,
And are these consistent with a delusion?
yes, with nihilistic delusions.
And is it just one delusion, or is there kind of a whole construct of delusions that fit together? Can you explain that to us?
Yeah, is that When delusions develop, it is more well formulated because the person sort of sucks in things that happen around them and thoughts and try to fit them into the delusion. And it's not done, consciously or sitting down and saying, today I'm going to think about the delusion. It doesn't happen like that. The person doesn't call it a delusion. It just at more and more time gets into more of the behavior, is focused on these false frameworks, sort of an umbrella that is related to the end of time and the end of life, the worthlessness of life. All of this is related. So I will say that within his delusions, it's fixed belief that all that relate together.
On these first two sessions, whether or not he acted out of anger when he went to the theater, or out of hatred somehow.
Repeatedly. Did anybody wrong you? Did you feel, my question, did you feel that anybody wronged you? Were you mad with anybody? Did you want to take revenge? And the answer was consistently no.
And was the purpose for doing that to look for a non-psychotic reason for the shooting, possibly?
Correct.
Did you find a non-psychotic reason for the shooting?
I did not.
Do you have an opinion as to whether, but for the existence of this psychotic illness, there would have been a shooting at all?
I agree. There wouldn't have been a shooting at all.
Was there grandiosity in the way he described these delusions? In other words, was there some kind of self-importance there to himself, or
Not at all.
was that significant or not?
It is. Sometimes delusions of grandeur, of a person feeling that they have unique powers and ability to control and rule, are pertinent and lead to activity that they believe they have special powers or special abilities. This was not evident. I examined it with him.
Did you ask him what motivated the shooting? And could he tell you what the motivation was?
The motivation for the shooting was to increase his self-worth.
Okay. Now, during the first interview on the 19th and the second interview, did he ever use the phrase human capital with you?
He used the phrase, human capital. No, later on I don't think that at that time he used human capital. I'm wondering, I have to look at it.
Do you remember whether or not he did?
I think he did, but I'm not 100% sure if he did it already, these words, or the words of to increase my value. But I'm not sure if he used the word human capital in the first or second. I'll have to check on it.
Okay. Do the different interviews some kind of bleed together
Bleed
in
a
your
little
mind
bit, yeah.
after all this time?
Yeah.
Let me ask you this: did you find that there was remarkable similarity or dissimilarity, consistency or not, among the statements that he made to you over time and the statements that he's made to other doctors? We've heard about some inconsistencies. What was your general feeling about that?
That it was remarkable. If you look at the overall picture and time involved and his status over time, medicated status, non-medicated status, is by and large, there is consistency. By and large, there is consistency.
By and large, is there consistency with the record that's outside what Mr. Holmes said as well? Are there corroborations in the notebook and in the materials that you reviewed from his records and talking to his parents that corroborate some of the events that he talked about taking place?
Yes,
Did he tell you about having Gmail chats with his girlfriend Gargi?
he did mention, Gargi and other friends that he had and his relationship with her, and I reviewed the chat that he had with them as part of reviewing all the records.
Did he talk about going to see family therapy as a child with a person named Mel Lipsy?
Yes, he did.
And is that something that he also wrote about in the notebook?
He wrote about it in the notebook, and it was confirmed by his parents.
And did you receive actual records from Mel Lipsy indicating that they did have therapy there?
There were multiple sessions, but the actual records were not available. There was a diagnosis when he was seen, the number of session dates, but there was no actual records available for me to review.
Like the notes from the individual sessions?
Correct.
Do you know whether or not they had been destroyed or not?
I believe that they have been destroyed, and that's why they were not provided.
The third interview, was that on May 1st, 2013?
Correct.
And on May 1st, 2013, well, first, excuse me, there was an afternoon session in February. Was there not? Did you
Yes.
go back in the afternoon?
On the visit of February, I decided to split it into two parts and have a morning session, a lunch break, and an afternoon session. Yes. So I saw him for 2 hours in the afternoon from 2 to 4 p.m.
Did he use the phrase a call for action?
He did.
Okay, and what was he describing when he said that?
He was describing the changes that he went through, or the process that he went through by moving from the intrusive thoughts about killing people, and his ability to say it's just a thought and being able sort of to defend from that thoughts, to a call for action, taking steps to fulfill the mission, take action, that this is the time to get mobilized.
Did he describe that he felt like it was something that he had to do?
Yes.
Now, during the second interview that day in the afternoon, did he tell you that he now realizes that this is kind of crazy, that other people think that it's crazy, that he will increase his value by killing other people?
Correct.
And is that uncommon, that he may recognize that other people think that it's now crazy that he has that opinion?
No, it's not uncommon. It's not uncommon, especially for somebody who is going through it for a period of time, understand that something is wrong, searches for other information, and gets feedback from others that he has communicated with, that this is something that is not normal. I mean, he heard about, there was concern on the part of Dr. Fenton, who saw him, Dr. Feinstein, who saw him. There were concern from his friends, that he communicated with. No, none of them, when he revealed his thoughts, told him that this is great to have this kind of thought. So he heard it, and he knew it too, at some level, that the disturbance that he is experiencing is not something that anybody talks about.
Did that change the fact that he still thought that? Did the delusion persist?
Yes, the delusion persists.
How
I mean, I haven't seen him recently, but I believe that it probably persists till today.
does that speak to the strength of the delusion that he can have that kind of insight as to what other people think and still maintain that belief in spite of all that evidence to the contrary?
Delusions are extremely, as I said before, extremely difficult to abate. It's like, it's the essence of the process of the thinking of a person. It's almost like this is what he devoted a big portion of his life to. And it's not something that he can say, well, I'm going to wake up tomorrow morning and I'm not going to feel or think this way anymore. There's no control over the forming the delusions, and now it grows and grows and impacts more and more.
During the first interview back in December 19th, did he tell you that he thought he would wound people but not kill people?
He did. When I asked him, what did you think is going to happen there? And
you said before that you thought that he was having difficulty coming to terms with what had happened or something like that. Well, I mean, this seems like an... Explain this to us. How can you think that that you're not going to kill people?
There's no explanation for it. I mean, with the type of preparation that he has done, and with the delusional goal and accomplishing of mission of increasing his self-worth, I believe more that he was trying to communicate to me to look good, to look better at that time, rather than to convey all the extent of his delusional beliefs.
To look less mentally ill?
Look less mentally ill, yes. Mm-hmm.
And was that consistent with his presentation with the other mental health professionals from your perspective?
No, he did disclose to the other mental health professional who saw him later, and to me as well later, that he intended to kill people.
Did he discuss with you whether he had plans to flee the crime scene?
He presented different alternatives of what might happen. He might be able to flee, he might be killed, or he might be captured.
Did he indicate whether he desired any of those things or not, or whether it mattered?
It didn't matter.
Why?
Because the most important thing for him was to complete the mission.
After the May 2nd, 2013 interview, was the next time that you talked to him in August of 2014?
August 5th, 2014, yes.
Did he discuss with you there his thoughts about the his thoughts about his performance in school? And I think he said that his perception of it seemed somewhat different than the actual performance, the grades that he actually got. Does that have significance here?
Correct. In reviewing his grades and the comment that he got from the professors and his report, there were differences, some differences. It was, what he reported is that it was harder for him to perform in school, he had to invest more energy in focusing and doing it than he used to, so it was harder, and he was less interested. He was getting less enjoyment from the academic part that was a major part in his life. Academia, from early on, was very important for him. One of the ways that he explained to me, that he mentioned to me, explained to himself why he's socially so different from others and so isolated, is because school is more important. You have to make a choice. You're a good student, you excel academically, or you socialize. And I made the choice to excel academically and not to socialize. He couldn't socialize, but this was the way that he could bear the fact that he's so different and he has barely any friends. When he came, the way he explained it in graduate school is that initially I was doing less well in his perception because I made the decision that now I'm going to socialize, I'm going to have friends, I'm going to go out more than I did before, and academia is less important. That's how he presented it to himself, and that's how he conveyed it to me, to explain some of the changes that have occurred. But his perception was that he was failing graduate school and that he needs to withdraw from graduate school because he's not going to be able to obtain a neuroscience degree. It's not attainable for him anymore.
Is that psychotic level of thinking about
It's
that?
it's irrational thinking. It's irrational thinking. It doesn't reflect the true record. A healthy or norm, graduate school is associated with anxiety. It's higher level. The kids, not kids, but the young people who come there are selected. They have good grades. It's a small group. It's a level well above undergraduate. So not to get A's is not uncommon. I mean, and people have to adapt to it. It's much more intense. It's much more independent work. But a graduate student, a healthy graduate student who encounters difficulty will go to the professor, ask for help, will go together with other graduate students. A program will do everything they can to help a person. And I believe that it was not different at his university. His perception was that he failed and that he needs to leave. He was not told, you have to leave. He was not dismissed from graduate school. His perception was, I failed and I'm not going to accomplish my goals.
Okay. And I think I missed a visit, similar to the way you missed, I think, the same visit, putting it in your report. Did you, in between May 2nd, 2013 and August 5th, 2014, did you visit him on November 18th, 2013?
Yes, I did.
And during that session, did he tell you about this command voice instructing him to kill that appeared in his head around after sixth grade?
Yes.
After sixth grade.
Usually, he will describe the thoughts of kill others as just a thought. That will be his words. It was just a thought, and asking him, where did the thought come from? It was in my head, will be the common answer. At that time, he said that the thought at time, when it started, when it was switching from kill yourself, later on to kill other, was coming from the outside.
Okay.
I could not get from him, was it a voice? It was not part of him. You know, it was an outside, perceived as an outside. It's not, people can have thought that are consistent with the processes, and they say, I think this way. And at times, a thought is perceived as alien, as coming from the outside. It's not me thinking this way.
So
And
was he saying he heard a voice saying that, or that it was still a thought in his head, but was
It
not
was
his
like,
thought?
it was not his thought. It was not a voice. Because I explored, a male, a female, was it loud? It was a thought, but it was like coming from the outside. It might not be different, from, I don't think it is that different from experiencing an intrusive thought. An intrusive thought means that it is not a thought that you are sitting and saying, well, today at 3 o'clock I'm going to have the thought, kill people or kill yourself. It just pops in and it's intrusive, and at times when it happens, especially my sense was that in young people, his experience is coming from the outside. It's not my thought. It just enters my mind. But it is experienced as a command. It's something that you have to do.
Okay. Did he indicate, did you ask him during that session on November 18th what he would have done if there was had been an armed policeman in the theater itself?
He would have still done it. If there would have been, I asked him, an armed policeman at the door who has been checking people as they come in, he said, I would have continued with the mission. The mission had to be accomplished.
Okay. When you spoke to him on August 5th, then, which is what I was getting into before, 2014, and he talked about the labs then. Did you also discuss with him the weapons that he'd purchased?
Yes, I did.
And did he indicate that the first weapon he bought for self-defense?
He said that the first gun that he got, which he showed to Yeo was a friend. I might be mispronouncing.
Yom?
What?
Yom?
Yom, I'm sorry. Stand corrected. Is that he got it for self-defense, and I asked him if there were anything that were happening that he thought he needed to defend himself. And he did mention that there were some break-ins or things like that, or one of his friends that something, a window, a screen was slashed or what. I'm not sure if it happened just before that. I think it did. And it was for self-defense, yes.
Are you aware from watching Dr. Reed's videotape whether he told Dr. Reed the same thing?
I know from watching the tape that he did tell Dr. Reed that what I believe, I'm trying to be accurate, that he had a knife, maybe, that he had, and that Hillary was a graduate school classmate, did have and discussed within the group that a screen was slashed. I believe he told this to Dr. Reed as well.
During this interview, did he talk about the money in the notebook, in the sending of the notebook, and why he put money into that notebook? Do you remember that discussion?
What page are you on? You mean the value?
I'm on page 22 of the notes. Burned money. There's something to Fenton. Something about an insurance card and money sent to Fenton. Do you see that?
I don't see it, but I remember it. So,
Okay.
but I don't see it easily. It's a long note.
What do you remember?
I remember that if it refers to the termination of
The therapy?
the therapy, that he was concerned about payment, and that that's the section. I don't know which. My pages are not marked with a page. I mean, there's no count on them.
Okay.
So I'm not sure where exactly it is. If that's the money that you're referring to, of payment. If he will not have insurance anymore as a graduate student.
That he said that he sent the money because he would not have insurance,
Insurance,
as a graduate student?
yes, yes.
That's recollection of
Yes,
what he said?
yes, that's what I was saying, yes.
And are you aware from reviewing Dr. Fenton and Feinstein's records whether or not they indicated to him they would continue treating him for free?
They told him that they will continue treating him for free.
Does that make any sense then to you?
No, it doesn't.
Did he discuss during that session with you why he bought handcuffs?
Yes. He bought handcuffs so that he can keep the doors. He can close the doors, and so that people will not be able to leave the theater.
Isn't that a logical, goal-directed, rational thought? I mean, if you're going to commit a shooting in a theater and you want to kill as many people as possible, wouldn't it make sense to buy guns, buy ammunition, find a location where people can't get out of quickly, and then lock the doors so that they're locked in there? I mean, those seem like logical, goal-oriented thoughts to me.
Within a delusional system, they are. So they are consistent with his delusion. But if you ask me, is this logical for any person in his right mind to think? Absolutely not. I hope not. But within his delusional system, where the mission has to be accomplished, all the steps need to be taken to accomplish the mission. But so within his irrational logic, I will say this was a logical step. But within the domain of healthy behavior, it's not.
Mr. King, I'm sorry. One of the jurors needs a break, so let's go ahead and take our afternoon break, okay?
Okay.
All right, members of the jury, please make sure that you follow all my admonishments during the break, and I'll see you back here at 3 o'clock. Please be seated, everyone. The record should reflect that the jury has exited the courtroom. I received a note from one of the jurors on the question form that I've marked as number 232 that reads as follows: I am sorry, I'm getting a migraine. Can I step out for 2 minutes to get my glasses and Advil? So I just decided that it would be best to just take our afternoon break right now. Is there anything we need to talk about outside the presence of the jury from the people?
No, sir.
From you, Mr. King? All right, I'll see you at 3 o'clock. The court will be in recess. seated. Back on the record, this is the people of the state of Colorado versus James Egan Holmes, case number 12 CR 1522. The record should reflect that Mr. Holmes is present with his attorneys and the prosecutors are present as well. It appears that the juror who sent the note, which I indicated I had marked as number 232, it should be 233. And so I have corrected it, is ready to go. She thinks she's okay now, so we'll proceed. Let's bring the jury in, please. While we wait for the jury, Mr. Brockler, Mr. King, would you please approach? Please be seated, everyone. The record should reflect that the jury is back in the courtroom. Welcome back, folks. Dr. Gurr, I remind you that you're still under oath. Mr. King, you may proceed with your direct examination of Dr. Gurr.
Thank you, Your Honor. Doctor, we were talking about the August 5th, 2014 visit that you had with Mr. Holmes. And did you discuss with Mr. Holmes the his meetings with and treatment by Doctors Fenton and Feinstein at that time?
I did.
And are you aware from reviewing the records from Dr. Fenton and Feinstein that Mr. Holmes reported on his initial assessment with the social worker, Margaret Roth, and his first contact with Dr. Fenton and throughout their treatment, that he had these intrusive thoughts of killing a lot of people?
Yes.
On August 5th, when you discussed that with him, did he indicate to you that he was expecting that the therapist would be able to fix those thoughts?
Yes, his words, I will fix it.
Now, Mr. Holmes didn't tell Doctors Fenton and Feinstein exactly what his plans were. Specifically to what theater he was going to, or when, or any specific details like that. In your expert opinion, was he making a choice not to tell them those things? Or was his choice restricted somehow by the psychotic delusion itself?
I believe that he was restricted by the psychotic delusion. He was guarded all along and did not share or provide details of his experiences, any of the experiences we went over to family members and the details to anybody else. His fear was that he will be identified as somebody with serious mental illness, and he will be locked up, and his life will be over.
And would that prevent him from accomplishing the mission?
He will not be able to accomplish the mission.
The last visit that you had, the last couple of visits were in November. I think the 18th and the 20th, or the 19th and the 20th of 18th and the 20th of November 2014. Was that the last time times that you met with Mr. Holmes? Have you met with him since then?
I have not.
At that point in time, did he tell you about the psychotic process and how it took place, whether it escalated over time, or how did it go from abstract to real? How about that?
He described that for a long time his thoughts were abstract. Namely, it was only a thought and there were no specific details to it. Just the thought that he was able to block, just the thought popping out of killing people. And then it moved to, again, abstract thinking about a nuclear bomb, that he realized that this is not something that is an option. And then he began to think, after articulating it to people and talking about it, it became to think in more detail of what steps he needed to take to accomplish his mission.
Does that seem consistent with your experience and understanding of how delusions can develop over time?
Yes, yes.
Delusions, I think you said, can take months or even years to develop. At what point do you think Mr. Holmes became actively psychotic? I know that you said that you thought there were glimpses of it as far back as high school or undergraduate school, but when do you think he became? When was the first break? Can we put a date on that?
So it's extremely difficult to put a time on a first break. It's a fluid process that varies from one person to another. It can take weeks and it can take months till it's become obvious to the outside. I believe that the turning point began deterioration after the winter break, when he came back from his vacation, from his Christmas break. So this began more, it's like from being little blips, it rose up a level to more severe preoccupation, more severe anxiety, more severe depression, more difficulties that he experienced with school, decrease in sleep, the thoughts became more frequent, and the call for action became something that he felt compelled to do.
May I
So-
approach the exhibits, Your Honor?
Yes.
Now, Doctor, did you review a Gmail chat between Mr. Holmes and Gargi Dada, which took place on the 25th, I believe, of March 2002, where he described
Did you mean
2012.
Oh, 2012. 12. Yes, thank you. Did you review that Gmail chat where he described having thoughts of killing people and talked a little bit about those subjects with Ms. Dada?
I did.
And was that psychiatrically significant to you?
Yeah, I believe that it shows the evidence of a psychotic process. She's asking him questions about him as a sane person, to inquire of why does he want to do it, and how he shouldn't do it because life for him is worthwhile. You should think about the positive things in your life, and in graduate school, and he's already deteriorated, engulfed in his delusions, and attempting to explain to her of why does he have to do it.
Is that the first time that you noticed that these delusions really became kind of crystallized or expressed by him explicitly to someone else?
Yes,
And did he say something to you about how saying it made it real, or something along those lines?
yes.
Can you explain what significance that had?
He said that as long as the thoughts were in his head, they were just thought, that he could work on controlling. But once you say something, you have to pursue and do it. So telling it to Gargi was the next step, because it has to be done. When something is verbalized, it has to be done. And this is very psychotic level of thinking, that sometimes children think this way. If I wish somebody dead, maybe they will die. It's a really distorted and regressed level of thinking, especially for somebody with his level of intellectual functioning. Why, if you have to say something to Gargi, who was your girlfriend, it means that you have to follow up, because it becomes real. Words, when articulated, are real. They have to be followed up with action. There's no going back once he said it.
Is that a delusional, a psychotic thought?
It is a psychotic process. Healthy people don't think this way. They can say, I'm sorry I told you, I thought about it again, it was just a thought. They don't feel, I said it, I have to pursue it. There's no going back.
Is that logical?
No, totally irrational level of thinking. That
I'm sorry, go ahead.
I don't know of any healthy people who think this way. When I said something, I mean, it's not like you promised to somebody, I'll be there at 4 o'clock or 5 o'clock, or I'll buy you a present and then you have to go back. You're talking about, I find it difficult to find words to explain it, about something that is like, so tragic that, without being able to retrieve what you think and what you do, but feeling so compelled to follow up on.
When you talk to him about this process that was unfolding on the 20th of November 2014, did he indicate to you whether he thought that the mission made sense and was logical at the time?
It was logical to him at the time. It was totally logical to him.
And-
Within his distorted perception, this was the next logical step that he needed to take.
During that session with him, did you also discuss the medication, the SSRI or the sertraline, the Zoloft that Dr. Fenton prescribed to him, and how he felt that affected the mission?
He reported that the sertraline decreased his level of anxiety. And with the reduction of the level of anxiety, it freed him to put more energy into the mission.
Did you have an opinion about whether that's a possibility or not? Could sertraline have contributed in some way to his mental illness or the decreasing of fear?
Yes. The objection is sustained. I think your mic might be, is your mic on? You're welcome.
Reviewing the documentation, the records from Dr. Fenton and Feinstein, is there evidence of psychotic level thinking contained in those records and the statements that Mr. Holmes made to them?
There was a concern on their part that the psychopathology or the psychiatric symptoms that he is exhibiting and describing to them might be on the verge of psychosis. And they considered the possibility that this young person might be moving towards psychosis, and considered the possibility of treating him with an antipsychotic medication.
How is that significant, the fact that they were considering an antipsychotic medication?
It reflects on the concern with the information that he was providing them and their observation that that there was something, a potential serious process going on and that need more serious treatment.
As a psychiatrist who treats clinical patients, inpatient and outpatient, is it a red flag when a patient comes in to you and says, I'm having homicidal thoughts of killing a lot of people?
Yes, it is.
Does that demand some kind of follow-up, in your opinion?
Yes, it does.
Sustained.
During your final interview with Mr. Holmes on the 20th of November 2014, did he describe to you hallucinations that took place during his lab rotation after Christmas, describing a small person or persons juggling balls or heads, or not?
Yes, he did.
Is that consistent in some ways with the information provided to Dr. Reed in the videotaped interview concerning shadows and juggling and things like that?
It is.
Now, in addition to the chat that you talked about with Gargi Dada and the treatment by Drs. Fenton and Feinstein, did you think it was significant, the text message, if I can approach the exhibits, Your Honor,
Yes.
that Mr. Holmes received, the exchange he had with a classmate named Hillary Allen early in July 8th, 2012?
Yes.
And do you remember the phrase that he used there concerning the floodgates?
Opening.
And what in your mind was the psychiatric significance of that as a marker of where along the psychotic process he was at that point?
Well advanced at that time. And some, within describing a process that is dynamic and in evolution, it was progression.
Do you have an opinion about whether this psychotic process that you said there were glimmers of as far back as high school or undergraduate school, but that really began in earnest after the first of the year in 2012, did that continue throughout 2012 and into 2013
and 2014 and 2015?
His admission to the hospital, Denver Health Medical Center, in November of 2012, is it consistent with the fluid nature of psychosis that that would happen at that time? I mean, why didn't something like that happen earlier in August or October or September? I mean, does that mean he was not psychotic throughout that period?
No, it does not. As I said, the psychotic process is dynamic and fluid with ups and downs, and at times when in a structured setting without having to meet many people, peers, or present, makes it easier for people. So in some ways for him, being in prison and do what he needs to do within a structured setting made him feel more comfortable.
So you're saying it was more comfortable to be in jail?
To some extent, yet. When I asked him, what would you like to do when you're not in jail? He lost his freedom, he doesn't like that. I will play computer games and maybe look for a relationship. What do you hope to get from a relationship? Well, it will be novel. Well,
do you have an opinion about whether it was the psychosis that in November caused by the crime? I mean, just going into the theater and shooting people, would that cause someone to become psychotic for that duration of time?
No, the psychosis existed before the crime itself, and the follow-up to the crime can at times exacerbate, but it is not that the crime created the psychosis. he was psychotic when performing the crime.
How about the incarceration? Did that cause the psychosis, him being locked up?
I don't believe in his case, when you look at the total picture, that it has caused the psychosis.
Based on the totality of your interviews with Mr. Holmes and all of the information that you reviewed, did you formulate an opinion as to what the diagnosis Mr. Holmes suffers from and suffered from on July 20th, 2012?
Yes,
And what was that diagnosis?
schizophrenia.
And what was the basis of those opinions?
The presentation over time, my direct observations of him, the information obtained from him, the review of the records, other professionals evaluating him and reading their notes and reviewing the records or videos, the totality of all the information is outlined in my report. If you look for the diagnosis, and that's what we do. We look for a diagnosis that can put it all together, all the information that is available. And in my professional opinion, it is schizophrenia. All the characteristics of schizophrenia were present at the time of the commission of the crime.
Do you have an opinion about whether your diagnosis is consistent with the diagnoses of the other psychiatrists that have examined Mr. Holmes?
I believe that there is consistency, while some have not called it schizophrenia, but schizoaffective, and some who have seen him at the hospital called it psychosis NOS. By and large, there's this agreement that a serious psychotic process was affecting Mr. Holmes, that he was mentally ill with a psychotic process.
And is that true of Doctors Woodcock and Metzner and Reed as well?
Yes,
Is that, in your mind, a fairly remarkable congruence of opinions? Or not, considering the evidence that's before you?
I think that in such, I'm trying to think about the brief answer, is that given the level, the expertise and experience of the professionals who have seen him, I'm not surprised. But it is remarkable that given the circumstances and the complexity of the case, that we have formulated a similar approach on both sides of the aisle.
I have a couple of questions that I forgot, and I probably will have more. But you were talked about freezing, and this freezing that happened to him from all the way back in high school, and is described in Dr. Reed's videos as well. Now, is this something that, I mean, is this, maybe this is obvious, but maybe not. Is this like a physical freezing? Like Mr. Holmes, when he gets around other people, does he like freeze up, like he can't move physically and become like a statue? Or is this a mental process due to the fear he's feeling in his mind?
It's the second. It's a mental process. So he can experience it while walking, but inside have such an intense level of anxiety that he cannot attend to other things, and feels his heart will be beating fast, he will have difficulty in breathing, and it's sort of a feeling of doom will come over somebody who is freezing. It's a emotionally very negative experience. It's almost you feel like you're choking, the need to breathe air, almost like you're drowning. And in this case, drowning in fear is the way that describes it. Of people who are walking next to him and are barely paying attention to him. You know, kids in school walking down the hall will induce this level of fear, of freezing.
Did Mr. Holmes tell you during your interviews with him at some point that when he, after he dyed his hair red and bought the gear, that at some point when he was taking selfie pictures, that he looked at himself in the mirror and said that he felt like something had taken over him, like a master power?
Yes, he did.
Now, did you follow up on that?
I asked him, and the master power was the call for action, like a power, a need to pursue what he was doing.
So was it when you followed up on that, was he talking about like some kind of, like a god or like a demon or something that was controlling him, possessing him like that? Or?
No, it was not. It was just a different way to describe the call for action.
Did you get a chance to review, as part of your analysis, a video that was taken by two defense investigators of Mr. Holmes in the hospital on the 20th of November 2012, the day before he was released from the hospital?
I did.
Have you had a chance, did you review that when you got the materials in the past?
I reviewed it in the past and reviewed it again.
Your Honor, what exhibit number are we up to?
Well, those two exhibits have been marked. Are you asking about the disc? It's marked, I think, D-DR-79.
Yes, Judge, I am. CTR-79.
Oh, okay, okay.
CTR, so
Okay.
this is another copy
Okay.
that she's reviewed. Do you want me to use that copy, or does it matter?
Why don't you mark a different copy?
Okay, I've done that.
All right,
And what are we up to? What defense exhibit number are we up to?
97.
97. I'm marking that now, and I'm showing that to counsel. Ma'am, I'm handing you what I've marked as DTR 97. Do you recognize that disc?
Yes, I do.
And have you reviewed that specific disc earlier on today?
Yes, I did.
And does that disc contain the same video that you reviewed before is it an accurate representation of the same video you viewed before of the two defense investigators speaking with Mr. Holmes in the hospital on November 20th, 2012?
Yes, it is.
Is that something that you used as part of the information that you based your opinions on in this case?
Yes, it is.
Is that the kind of information, namely someone asking an individual who's been hospitalized for psychosis questions about what they've experienced over the past day or two in terms of their hallucinations and other things? Is that the kind of information that you and other psychiatrists would regularly rely on in determining, in making these decisions about diagnosis, etc.?
Yes, it is.
Your Honor, at this point, I'm going to move for the admission of DTR 97.
Is there any objection, Mr. Brock? Yes. All right, members of the jury, I have decided to defer ruling on that exhibit until tomorrow. You may proceed, Mr. King.
Thank you, Your Honor. Doctor, did you explore with Mr. Holmes this quote, hatred of humanity that he had? I don't know if we talked about that before, but did he describe how did he describe this hatred of humanity that he wrote about it as well?
Your mic may be off, Mr. King.
Let me try this again. Did you hear me, Doctor?
Yes, I did.
Okay, I was asking about the hatred of humanity that's written in the notebook. Did he explain to you about that?
What he said, there was, and I quote, a little hatred toward people. Why? I asked. What is the nature? They made him feel anxious. But he did not express hatred toward people as part of the mission.
Did you note in Dr. Reed's videotaped examination that when he asked Mr. Holmes about this, he described it as being an intense aversion, like hating broccoli, as opposed to a fiery hatred?
Correct.
Is that consistent, in your opinion, with the way he described this hatred of mankind to you?
Yes, although he didn't use broccoli.
Were you also asked to render an opinion as to whether Mr. Holmes was legally sane or insane on July 20th, 2012? Was that one of the questions presented to you?
Yes.
And did you review the relevant statutes for the state of the law with regard to insanity in Colorado?
I did.
And were you able to understand those statutes?
I did my best.
And I don't mean
No.
to be insulting about
No,
that.
I understand. I understand.
But,
I believe so.
and have you formed an opinion about, first, whether Mr. Holmes suffers from a mental disease or defect?
Yes.
And what's your opinion about whether Mr. Holmes suffers from a mental disease or defect?
I believe that Mr. Holmes suffers at the time of the commission of the crime. He suffered from a serious mental illness, a mental defect that have impacted his behavior during the act.
Okay. Now, you've diagnosed him with schizophrenia. Does everyone with schizophrenia insane, in your opinion?
No,
Is everyone who suffers from a delusion insane?
no,
Does it depend on the depth and the nature and the pervasion of the delusion and how it affected the person's ability to understand morality and the difference between right and wrong?
correct.
Can you divorce such a delusion from a person's thought process? In other words, once it's ingrained, is it such a part of the brain that it can't be divorced?
Correct. It becomes a prominent feature in brain function that directs behavior that is pertinent to the delusion, not other behaviors necessarily.
Have you formed an opinion as to whether Mr. Holmes' mental disease or defect rose to the level that it rendered him incapable of distinguishing between right and wrong on the 20th of July, 2012?
I did.
Do we have a date prior to that when you think it started that he could no longer distinguish between right or wrong, or is that not what you're asked to answer under the law?
I focused on the date of the commission of the crime on July 20th, 2012.
Now, a lot of the things that you've talked about this delusion, was that it was compelling, that he was forced to act by the delusion, that he had no choice. Now, is that the standard in Colorado for insanity?
No,
Is it relevant, in your opinion, to his ability to distinguish between right or wrong under a societal moral standard, whether or not he was compelled by this delusion? Is that a relevant issue to that question?
yes it is.
How so?
Engulfed in his delusion, other considerations that commonly affect us, healthy people, in considering what is right and wrong, were not part of his deliberate decision process. The part that was in front of him and pushed him, mobilized him forward, was the mission that needed to be accomplished so that he can incorporate the value of other people into him and his worthless value because of his biological defects, because of his failure, all totally irrational, will rise. This was the prominent part in his life at the time that he acted.
Do you have an opinion about whether this delusion became so strong that it overtook his ability to make such moral decisions and distinguish between right or wrong by a societal standard?
Correct. He was not able to distinguish between right or wrong. The severe defect in his brain, in his mind, rendered him not capable distinguishing right from wrong by societal standards.
Now, do you, is it not clear that he knew what he was doing was against the law? Do you have an opinion about that?
He knew that what he was doing was illegal, and he attempted to conceal it. He knew that what he was doing was illegal.
And despite the fact that that may be relevant to the analysis of what society thinks is morally right or wrong, do you still think that the psychotic process obviated his ability to distinguish between those moral distinctions?
Correct. The severity and intensity of his psychotic process at that time was so high, was so severe to render him incapable of distinguishing between right and wrong.
May I have a moment, Your Honor?
You may.
A few more questions, if I may. Did Mr. Holmes tell you that he needed to make the killing impersonal?
Yes, he did.
And is that psychiatrically significant to you?
It is.
Is it, in your opinion, something that was pleasurable for him?
No, it was not.
Is it, in your opinion, strike that. Can you please explain that? What was significant about that?
Is that at times people who kill other people take pleasure in enjoying frightening other people, seeing them, tormenting them during the process, and observing what they do. Mr. Holmes did not want to do that. He did it in the darkness, and was in some of his chats, and what he told me too, is that he didn't want it to be personal. He couldn't have done it if this would have been in the light, if he was able to see the people.
Now, does that mean that he was able to distinguish between right or wrong? Or is it your opinion that he was compelled to do this, that he felt that it must be done, regardless of whether it was something that he found distasteful or not?
Correct. It was more the matter of how it will be done. It had to be done, but how it will be done. The selection more of what is the place and time to do it, but not will it be done. The mission had to be accomplished. So not if it will be done, but how will it be done? How can I say mission accomplished?
Thank you, ma'am. I have no further questions at this time, Your Honor.
All right, cross-examination, please.
Good afternoon, Doctor.
Good afternoon.
We're going to have to back way up for a little bit to catch up to all this stuff we've just gotten through today. And I want to start back with some of the extra curriculum vitae and experience discussion you had with Mr. King before the end of yesterday, okay?
Okay.
Thank you. One of the things I wanted to follow up with you on is one of the statements you made to Mr. King was you consider yourself an academician, correct?
Correct.
And you do research, correct?
Correct.
And you have generated, by your count, a lot of heavily researched articles, true?
True.
Now, if I have done the math correctly, it seems like you crank out one of those articles, peer-reviewed articles, more than one a month since 1973. Is that fair?
I trust your calculation.
Thank you. That's pretty heavy into the research and writing component of what you do with schizophrenia, fair?
Correct.
Now, one of the other things that we talked about, though, was that your work in the criminal arena has been entirely on behalf of criminal defendants, correct?
Yes.
And frankly, I can't think of an exception, and maybe you'll come up with one for me, but it's been entirely for public defenders. Is that fair?
Objection, relevance.
Overruled.
Go ahead, doctor, is that right?
If you say so, I mean,
Well, ma'am, it's your background.
yeah, I think that the case of Billiot was not a public defender. It was a law firm in Mississippi, and I don't believe that there were public defenders.
You don't recall.
I don't think there were. I went to a private office.
Now, what's important about that is that even without willful dishonesty, an expert's opinion can be influenced by the side that called for their testimony. You'd agree with that?
It can be influenced, yes.
Right, so you agree with that statement, that even without willful dishonesty, an expert like yourself's opinion can be influenced by the party who called for it.
Go again about the word willful? Even
Yeah,
without?
Even without willful dishonesty, an expert's opinion can be influenced by the side that called for their testimony. Fair? You agree with that?
As a general statement, yes. I don't believe it applies to me.
Okay, and the reason I bring it up, of course, is because it was in an article that you and your husband wrote called The Use of Neuroimaging Techniques in Brain Injury. Do you recall that?
What year?
1991, doctor. Do you want to see a copy of it?
Yeah, I mean, if you're going to ask me specific questions about it, it will be helpful.
Just that concession, that the side that called you can influence an expert's opinion. If you agree with that, we move on. If you want to see where you wrote it in your article with your husband, I'm happy to show it to you.
Show me.
I think it's been asked and answered at this point.
Yes.
Overruled.
No, I just want to see the context.
Yes, sure. You may approach the witness, Your Honor.
Yes,
Ma'am,
you
I'm
may.
handing you something. I haven't marked it, but it looks like maybe it's a chapter.
It's a chapter. A chapter is not a refereed paper. I distinguish between, importantly, I distinguish between refereed papers that are subject to, and as I mentioned yesterday, to reviewers going over it, and it's published data supported by the federal government, and to reviews that are asked by people who put a book together that are not related to research.
Anything else that you wanted to say about that, ma'am?
But no, show me.
So I'm showing you page 181, and I've just highlighted the line.
Yes.
It's just a sentence in the middle of the paragraph there. Do you see that? Do you agree with that sentence?
May I put it in the context?
Do you agree with the sentence or not? I mean, it's the sentence itself is a standalone sentence. I haven't truncated it, have I?
You have not presented the context of the whole paragraph. And for integrity, it should be presented in the entire context. If you pull out a sentence from what I said and you say without the context, this is not the way that it should be done.
So you
I'm sorry about that. This sentence in English say it, but read the 4 lines before it. And it totally distorts this paper. I'm sorry to have to be harsh and say it this way. It talks about a method that we have developed in the early 90s where neuropsychological data is subjected to a careful presentation with computerized program that can show, based on the deficit observed, and here's the picture, just above that, what brain regions might be implicated. So it is not in the eyes of the neuropsychologist who is conducting the study and saying it was 3 points more or 3 points less. And it's because it's to avoid the distortion that can be presented. So for you to say that we have worked several years so hard in order to say that, it's incorrect. I'm sorry.
Anything else you want to say about that, Doctor?
I said enough.
Agreed. I want to commit you, though, to that sentence. Even without willful dishonesty, an expert's opinion can be influenced by the side that called for the testimony. Do you agree or disagree with that some 24 years later?
The sentence is correct, but the method, it says that the method that we developed was in order to avoid this general statement. We are trying to overcome it, to bring integrity and consistency in the reports of observations, neuropsychological testing, and everything else. So that's why I added the sentence. Does this sentence appear there? Yes, but it is in order to overcome the method that is this. The rest of the pages in the paper and the figures are to overcome that and not to say, well, this is the state of affairs and this is how it should state. We're in the 21st century.
I understand, but Doctor, the answer to my question is yes. In light of everything you've just added into all that, you still agree that the risk here is that an expert's opinion can be impacted by the side that called it. You agree with that?
And I said that before and just asked to see the context where it's said.
Thank you so much. I want to talk to you a little bit before we get into all the stuff you've testified to here about your report and how you generated it and notes. I want to talk to you about the neuroimaging stuff that we put the slides up here on. Okay?
Yes.
Now, you'd agree with me, first off, that those slides, most of those are not created for this case, correct?
The slides were to illustrate a neuroimaging setting and to explain the volumetric measures, the background for how they were obtained for the report provided on Mr. Holmes. It was just the background.
I understand. But the slides themselves were not created to educate this particular jury. They were educated before, they were created before this trial, correct?
Correct.
And they've been used by your husband in several other capital cases across the country to defend clients accused of murder. Fair?
Objection, Your Honor. Relevance.
Overruled.
Go ahead, Doctor.
I'm not familiar and I've not attended or reviewed my husband's presentation in the court. All I review is what we published together, where I put my name on a paper. We have totally separate ways of doing it. So I'm not qualified to let you know if he have used it. We will have to ask him directly.
Okay, so he doesn't have access to these slides?
He has his own set of slides and I have a set of slides. And the slides that I use were created by Dr. Davatsikos, a professor in the Department of Radiology who directs a laboratory for doing them. And this is something that I present in, scientific conferences when I present data. So you are correct, it was not prepared for this jury, but it was background slides that have passed peer review, they've been published before, and I'm using them in order to explain how did we get the numbers of minus almost 3 standard deviation below, etc.
It sounds like the answer to my question is you don't know if your husband's used these in other capital cases across the country.
Correct.
Okay, thank you. Now, one of the things that we talked about with the neuroimaging is that this is not a diagnostic tool for any mental illness, correct?
Correct.
In fact, the DSM-5 that you helped write the chapter on schizophrenia, it does not even list that or the brain structure portions of it as part of the diagnostic criteria at all, right?
Correct. There was extensive discussion on that and the decision that the literature we need to progress in the next few years to see if it can be helpful.
So the answer to my question is...
I said no and added to it a little.
All right, doctor. Wait till he finishes the question, please. You cannot interrupt him, okay?
Okay.
Thank you. All right, go ahead. Ask
Thank
your
you.
question.
Thank you. In part, the reason that it's not used as a diagnostic tool is because it doesn't reach that scientific level of reliability yet for such a purpose. Fair?
Do you want me to say yes or no?
It'd be great.
I will say partly. It's a process. Before you put something as a diagnostic tool, you need many, many studies on thousands of people. It is not MRI, and I said it earlier on and repeated it to you. MRI is not diagnostic, and I did not present it as a diagnostic tool.
The answer to my question is yes, it is not yet scientifically reliable enough to use as a diagnostic tool, right, doctor?
Yes.
Now, in part, that's because this feature that you've described, feature's the wrong term, that this phenomenon that you've described where the neuroimaging of a brain that is slightly different than whatever your control group had been, that has some significant overlap with people who don't have schizophrenia or mental illness, correct?
There is overlap.
Right, and let's talk about what that overlap means. What that overlap means is that somebody can have the exact presentation in the film that you've described that the defendant had earlier this year, and a person can have that presentation in that MRI and never develop schizophrenia, and never develop psychosis, and never develop mental illness. Fair?
No.
They can't.
I understand that you want me to say yes or no. Some of the complexities of the subject matter cannot be answered as yes or no. I can say yes or no, and the information will be meaningless. If you want to proceed this way, that's okay.
Doctor, can somebody have an image of their brain through this MRI process that does show some sort of, I guess what you've described as a slight decrease, and never develop schizophrenia?
Yes, but they will have behavioral abnormalities. We don't scan every person, who walks around. There is a reason to scan people, a clinical reason to scan people. And the likelihood, the statistical probability that somebody will display these specific deficits that are associated with the clinical presentation are close to zero. But it doesn't mean, you have to look at the universe. Do we scan every person? We don't. It's a specific group. Is there overlap between people? There is overlap between people, correct. But the likelihood that people who have this specific presentation will have no problem in life at all is small.
Okay, that's not what I asked you, right? I asked you if someone could have an MRI image like the one you've described but not shown to this jury and never develop schizophrenia. Is the answer yes, or is the answer no?
I don't know.
That sounds pretty indefinite then about this tool. Fair?
No.
It's definitely you don't know.
Because I'm not trying to argue with you. I'm trying to provide information that is scientifically accurate. Namely, MRI is not diagnostic of schizophrenia.
Thank
to
you.
say that nobody with this picture will show schizophrenia, I don't know. I've never seen something like that and followed people and clinically assessed them.
Doctor, did you understand my question to be that nobody that has this presentation will ever develop schizophrenia? Is that what you thought I asked you?
Yeah, if this presentation, does this mean that people who have this presentation must develop schizophrenia? And I say, I don't know.
Yeah.
Some might and some might not.
Some might not, right?
Correct.
And so another reason we can't use it for diagnostic purposes is because of the idea of something called a false positive. You'd agree with that?
Correct. And I said that I'm not using it for diagnostic purposes.
I understand, doctor. They're also not routinely used in clinical psychiatric practice, these MRIs. Fair?
Yes, they're costly.
They are costly. That's correct. The other thing about this particular MRI is, and by the way, you do a lot of neuroimaging, fair?
Correct.
When you got into this case and you saw what you talked about seeing, and you went and met with the defendant in December of 2012, you had the opportunity then to say, I think this guy might be schizophrenic. Let's MRI his brain right now to see what's going on. You could have done that.
Yes,
You did not. Fair?
yes,
In fact, you didn't do it in February when you saw him. Fair?
yes,
You didn't do it in May when you saw him. Fair?
yes,
In June of 2013, and we'll get back to the how many hours you spent interviewing him before you did this. In June of 2013, when you declared him to be insane and schizophrenic, you didn't choose to MRI him then. Fair?
yes,
August of 2014, you never chose to MRI him. Correct?
yes,
November of 2014. It's now 2 months before we're going to start jury selection in this case. This trial is set in stone. You didn't MRI him then either, right?
correct.
You chose to seek to get him MRI'd with a result that was released to us the month we started this trial.
Judge, objection, may we approach?
Okay. The objection is overruled.
Doctor, I'm sorry, may I inquire?
Yes.
Doctor, let's talk a little bit about the test, the MRI test that was done. It was done, to your knowledge, at Parker Adventist Hospital, correct?
Correct.
And one of the other things that becomes a bit of a limitation here is that the machine that was used to take the image a couple months ago was a 1.5 Tesla machine, correct?
Correct.
Let's call that, for sake of argument, the VHS of video, okay? Because when that image gets read by the clinical radiologist who's on scene there, Dr. Olson, you remember him?
Yes.
And he said, I see nothing. There's nothing there, correct?
Correct.
That image then gets sent to you out in Pennsylvania, correct?
Correct.
And you guys use the Blu-ray DVD player of Tesla machines, right? You use a 3 Tesla tricked out, super expensive, high def kind of machine, correct?
In our setting, yes.
Yeah, so you're using, in essence, and you tell me if this analogy is wrong, a Blu-ray DVD player to interpret an image from what I've called the VHS. Is that fair?
I would object to the characterization as confusing.
Overruled.
Go ahead, doctor.
I'm not sure about the analogy. I don't know how to answer it.
Okay.
About
Let me try something different then. You are using a super sensitive machine relative to the one that actually captured the image, correct?
I.
If that question is unclear, ask me. I'll give it another shot.
I think that I understand what you. I just want to explain that.
Go ahead.
If I may.
Sure.
Is that the images that we obtained on a 3 Tesla for the healthy people, the comparison group, were done on a higher level Tesla machine compared to the one where they were obtained in Colorado, in the hospital in Colorado.
I get it.
If anything, so there are 2 points that if I may make.
Mm-hmm.
One, there's an extensive literature that compares volumetric brain regions measures obtained in 1.5 and in 3 Tesla machines. And are relatively, when you look about volume differences, comparable. There are programs that are designed to do that. Furthermore, I would have expected less of a decrease in the brain volume to show under what I will use as an analogy, if I may, as a camera of high caliber camera or under higher magnification compared to lower magnification. So we see the lower volume in specific brain regions are on the lower magnification camera. They're evident there, and the program accounts for it. So all I'm saying is that the volumetric measures that were obtained show specific decrease in brain volume, and that it's not diagnostic. And to go back to the question you asked me, why did we do it? Why didn't I do it when I started? Because I was relying on the psychiatric information. And it was the CT scan that was made available to me later on. Not that long before the MRI scan that showed some dilatation of the ventricle. I said, small amount. And the CT scan is not optimal because of beam hardening effects compared to MRI. And therefore I said, let's see, not for diagnostic purposes, let's see, and this is a small report compared to everything else, let's see what the MRI shows. I did not predict the results of the MRI and presented them not as a diagnostic tool, but when you investigate brain and behavior, I was looking at the brain, it's not diagnostic. I did not discuss Mr. Holmes, the diagnosis of Mr. Holmes, based on the MRI, and I did not suggest it for it to be done earlier because that's not how I diagnose people. I agree with you, it's a scientific tool. It's not in the DSM. That's all. It's almost a comma in the entire thing. That's all.
It sounds, doctor, like the answer to my question is yes, we used a much more sensitive machine to try to read a far less sensitive MRI image that we received from Porter. Is that accurate?
No. We used a more sensitive machine for the study of the healthy people because these are only the machines that we have. So the data on the 79 comparison or healthy people controls was on a sensitive machine. But you can integrate data because at many sites there's a 1.5 Tesla. You can integrate data for comparison, and it's done even in research. It's called harmonization of data. The algorithm for calculating the volume adapts to the machine obtained. But I think almost we're making too much out of it. I did not, was just illustrating the application of MRI. I did not make the diagnosis based on MRI.
It looks like, too, it's probably such a sensitive finding with this 3 Tesla machine. I mean, it's not something we could see. Is that right?
Based on the clinical MRI that the neuroradiologist looked at, no. And I've shown on a 3T machine that the neuroradiologist at Penn will call something normal, but with quantitative refined measures, you can see differences. This needs to be further developed. It's a scientific research tool published in refereed paper.
And the outcome of that analysis is that it was a slight difference, a slight change. Fair?
Well, 2 standard deviation is not so slight.
I was looking at the words that were used in the reports.
The ventricles were slight, correct. The volumetric measures, the quantitative, were significant.
Sure. Thank you. Now, is it fair to say that had we done one of those in December of 2012, that we would have a better chance of identifying how long this brain has been like that in relation to July the 20th, 2012? You'd agree with that, right?
Yes.
So, but when we do it in April of 2015, just a few months ago, it is speculative. I mean, just looking at the brain to know when that change, if there was even a change, occurred, right?
Correct, and if I may, I can add what we know, but I will leave it up to you.
I got to be honest, Mr. King's going to get up here and ask you a ton more questions, probably at this pace tomorrow or next week. I want to ask you, though, if we'd had 2 MRIs, maybe one that you did in December 2012 and then one that you did a couple months ago, that would give us an even better indication of what changes may or may not be taking place in the defendant's brain, correct?
Correct.
We didn't do any of that, right?
Correct.
Thank you. So, when you are, hold on, a little talk about schizophrenia just to put things in perspective. You would agree that right now the estimate is about 1% of the American population has schizophrenia.
Yes.
That's like 3.6 million people, isn't it?
Yes.
And by your own estimations, and not just yours, but the industry, maybe 50% or more of those people are untreated and unmedicated, correct?
Intermittently.
Okay. But about 50%?
About. I
That's-
said intermittently.
And I'm going to do simple math. 1.8 million-ish people are intermittently untreated and unmedicated?
Yes.
And you would agree that not everyone, and you talked about genetic risk, not everyone at genetic risk for schizophrenia gets it, correct?
Correct.
In fact, the numbers go down quite a bit from the immediate family out to other family members, correct?
Correct.
And there are no immediate family members of the defendant that have schizophrenia, correct?
Yes.
And in fact, if other extended family members, like grandparents, aunts, uncles, have some sort of psychotic or schizo spectrum disorder, that's not only an increase that someone might get schizophrenia, but it could indicate schizotypal personality disorder, an increased incidence of that for someone, correct?
It might.
When you were asked to take on this case, you insisted, and rightfully so, but you insisted on coming out and doing interviews of the defendant so that you could do some sort of neuropsychiatric assessment. Is that fair?
Yes.
Now, there was some talk with you and Mr. King about video. Do you remember that? Taking a video of the interviews? Do you recall talking to Mr. King about that?
No.
You don't recall an exchange where he said, hey, don't you like to do videos? And you said, take it or leave it, and it never came up. You don't remember any of that exchange? Did I just delusional think that?
Your Honor, maybe we should clarify that he's talking about the testimony today as opposed to a conversation that we had in the past.
I can rephrase.
All right, go ahead.
Did you understand that my question was about earlier today, like a few hours ago, you and Mr. King had a conversation about whether to video the interviews you did with the defendant?
Today? Yes.
Oh, okay.
I thought you were talking in the past. I'm sorry.
Okay, sorry. And you remember that conversation, right?
I hope so.
Yes?
Yes, I hope so.
Okay. And one of the things you said was, hey, look, we do some videos back at University of Pennsylvania, but I could kind of take it or leave it, depending upon who the person is. Do you recall that?
I'm not sure I used the word taking to
No,
leave it.
you
but
sure didn't.
Yeah, but that's the gist of it.
One of the things that was brought up, though, was in this case of Billiot, Mr. Billiot. Do you remember that?
Yes.
And you videotaped both of your interviews, didn't you?
Yes.
In fact, one of the things that you said in your testimony in that case, which was not your testimony as to his sanity, but his competency to be executed, was commonly, I videotape my interviews. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And I was delighted that this was done in this case, correct?
Yes.
Now, when you use the term delighted, it makes it seem like it's better to videotape. Is that not what you meant by delighted?
I'm not sure. I thought that it was a good idea to do it. All of the witnesses were interviewed. It was set up this way. There was a room for it, and I accepted it. I was happy that it's done. I felt comfortable interviewing people in front of a camera.
Right, and in fact, you adopt your interview style to the setting and the person when you do it on video, correct?
I try. You're talking about Mr. Billiot?
I'm
or
talking
other,
about
other
sorry.
cases?
Anytime you do it, you adopt your interview, you adopt the setting and your interview to the setting and the time available to videotape someone for the interview. Is that fair?
Again, I can't answer just with yes or no. I'm sorry. And if you give me 2 sentences, I'll be able to say that. What I said today, earlier, and I believe that the record shows it, is that clinically, people who come clinically with schizophrenia, we do not interview. We interview people with permission of the treating physician who are considered for participation in research, are clinically stable, sign informed, and I said that the clinical care comes first, sign consent to participate in research, and then for training purposes, especially when we use new instruments and we need to establish reliability, I do it more frequently. Our entire center does it and trains together, but not for a patient who comes in for care with schizophrenia. It will not be helpful to videotape a patient at the time.
And again, to be clear, you never ever thought you were coming out here to treat the defendant for anything, right?
Correct.
You knew that whatever it was you were going to do had the potential to end up showing up in a place just like this at a time just like now, correct?
Yes.
And what videotape would have done, and Mr. King used the phrase, would have perfected the record, but I want to ask you some specifics. What that video would have done would have captured immediately after this episode, whatever it was in November of 2012, the way he presented, correct?
Yes.
It would have kept us from having to have conversations about the details and the efficacy of your note-taking, your report writing, which we are surely going to do. It would have kept us from having to do that, correct?
Part of it.
And these people would have been able to see what we saw with Dr. Reed's 22 hours of how he answers, as well as the precise words that he uses in response to the precise questions that are asked, correct?
Yes.
But you didn't do that, right?
Right.
You talked to the defense about it, correct?
I do not recall that we had discussions of should I, or should it be videotaped?
Do you remember having a conversation over a phone with me and with an investigator named Mike Heelan from the district attorney's office with Mr. King on the phone? You remember that?
I remember that you called, yeah?
Yep. And do you remember during that conversation we talked about this same video topic? You remember that?
Yes.
And you had said you recalled, you thought, that you had had a conversation with Mr. King about the pros and cons of doing videotaping. Do you remember that?
Yes.
So you did have a conversation with the defense about doing videotaping, right?
A brief exchange.
I got it. After the brief exchange, who made the decision not to videotape?
I made, before coming in for the first interview, I thought that it will be helpful seeing somebody for the first time, that in front of the camera might be difficult, and that it will be helpful if I just see him without the camera.
That was December of 2012.
This was December 19th, 2012.
Tell us about the camera you used then for February of 2013.
I did not use camera after that as well. I did not.
May 2013?
No. There was no video recording of any of the sessions.
Not November?
No, there was not taking, and with quotation of words that he used, but there were no video recording.
And that was a decision that you made. Fair?
I did not request that it will be done.
After the December interview, you did not seek to have it recorded after that.
Correct.
And so when you make that decision, you've made that decision not just for you, but you've made that decision for everybody who's going to review what you did in the case, correct?
Correct. I thought that my verbal report, written notes obtained, and being under oath, I will portray accurately all the information that I've obtained during the interview.
Okay, so what that leaves us with are your notes from each of the settings, correct?
Yes.
So I want to talk to you about those notes. When you go and sit down with the defendant on December 19th, 2012, are you writing down the notes while he's talking, or do you write them down after the session is over?
So for the first session, I did not write the notes while he was talking. I was observing him, and as soon as I left the room in the jail, in the waiting area, before being picked up, I wrote the notes. For the other sessions, I was writing while he was talking.
Okay, so that I'm clear and the record's clear. every session after December 19, 2012, you took what we're going to call contemporaneous notes with the statements being made, correct?
Not for some of the sessions, not throughout the entire session, not word by word that he was saying. For some of them, when new material or was covering it again, like for the August 5th session, it was more word by word that of what he was saying, which slowed us down. But for some of the session, it was, after the first 2 hours and then less, and finishing up as soon as I left the session.
Okay. So for February now, February of 2013, the second time that you come see him, did you take notes while you talked with him, or did you?
For part of it.
How did you make the decision when to take notes and when not to take notes?
I'd with me the writing material, and just depending on how much information he was providing and how much attention I had to pay to him. Because taking notes is, takes an effort, and that's why sometimes usually my handwriting is clearer. It's just doing it very fast, missing some letters, and having, just moving it forward, rapidly.
I'm sorry.
So I cannot tell you if this is your question, at what minute. I can tell you when I started the interview and when the interview was over, but I cannot tell you that at this point I wrote down and at this point I stopped writing. There's no recording of it. So I'm telling you that overall, after the first session, I had written material that I could write with, and that I wrote depending on his demeanor, what I was asking, was it something new, am I repeating it 3-4 times? Many of the questions I repeated 3, 4, 5 times during the interview in order to get at it a different ways. So I did not write word by word. It just was not feasible.
Okay, and so then after the session, let's say February of 2013, immediately after or shortly after, you would sit back down with your notes and fill in sort of what you hadn't written down at the time that it was said, correct?
I will not fill in. Whatever I didn't write during the session itself, I will write thereafter.
You'll write at the end of the notes, bless you. You'll write at the end of the notes.
Yeah.
And shortly after, correct?
Shortly after.
Here's why that becomes important, right, to do that. Because you cannot be expected to remember quotes and the details of interviews many months later when you finally sit down to write your report, right?
When writing the report, my written notes were in front of me. And in fact, if you look at the report, you will see that many of the quotations and words are from, it's the same sentences from my written notes.
Doctor, I feel like you mistook my question.
Okay.
You want to be as detailed as you think necessary to get down the things that were said in the session, either at the time that you hear them or shortly thereafter, because you must rely upon your notes for the report you will generate, in some cases, many months later. Fair?
Yes.
And those notes reflect your best recollection of that setting at the time. You can't be expected to remember what was said 4 or 5 months before when you sit down in June to knock out a report in this case, right?
Yes.
Okay. So one of the things that you do is you write the report after you have done all the interviews that you're going to do, correct?
Yes.
And so for that first report that you generated in June of 2013, you had sat down with the defendant on 4 separate occasions over 3 days, correct?
Yes.
One was that December 19th, 2012, yes?
Yes.
2 times on February 9th, 2013, is that fair?
Yes.
And then once on May the 2nd, not May the 1st, is that fair? May the 2nd, 2013?
I've written May 1st, but I might have been... No, it's May the 2nd, correct. I flew out on May the 1st, and I saw him on May the 2nd in the morning. Correct.
Okay, and you ended up generating your report on June 17th, 2013, correct?
Correct.
7 months, is that 6 months or 7 months after you first saw the, wait a minute. 6 months after you first saw the defendant, correct?
Yes.
Now, Mr. King asked you to tell us the total number of hours that you spent before you came here to testify today in your process. Do you remember that?
Yes.
And you said 28 hours, right?
28 hours, yes.
But to be accurate, that June 2013 report, by the time you generated that, you had spent only 13 hours with the defendant. Fair?
For the first report, yes.
And in that first report, you had already declared him to be schizophrenic, yes?
Yes.
And insane, yes?
Yes.
After 13 hours, correct?
Yes.
Let's talk about the things that you didn't have to consider before you declared him insane, all right? And we'll go through your report in whatever detail the next 10 minutes will let us have, and then we'll keep at it tomorrow, okay?
Okay.
Now, you list a section here called Materials Reviewed. Do you see that? It's a number 2 on there.
Yes.
And your statement is very, well, in large part general. You'd agree with that.
Yes.
I have reviewed the medical, psychiatric, other institutional records, and relevant portions of the discovery materials related to Mr. Holmes that have been created, correct?
Yes.
Such materials include school reports, investigation interview records, a review of video records at the Arapahoe County Jail, as well as written jail records, correct?
Yes.
And then you say Mr. Holmes' notebook. See that?
Yes.
So you had that before you wrote your report in June of 2013.
I reviewed it briefly, as I said. I believe I said it, that I reviewed it briefly when I first met the defense team. I did not have it with me, but I reviewed it briefly. I think I obtained it later.
Hold on. They showed you a copy when you met with them before you interviewed the defendant in December of 2012? Yes?
Yes.
When did they give you a copy that you could actually use with the defendant?
I do not remember the date, but I can check my records on that.
Yeah, take a look.
It was later on.
Was it after you had opined on his insanity and schizophrenia?
I'm not sure about that. I need a date. I think it was before.
What can you take a look at that will tell us when you were finally given a copy of that important notebook?
I'm not sure that I have it here. It might be on the thumb that was provided by the defense, and when I don't have with me the thumbs, but I can check and provide information tomorrow. I don't have the thumb.
That's an agreement. Thank you for looking into that, and we'll get that answer from you tomorrow.
Okay.
Is it your recollection, though, even if we don't know the exact date, you were aware of the existence of this journal, this workbook, notebook that the defendant created and mailed right before he engaged in this crime? You were aware of it and had actually seen it, fair?
Yes.
My guess is you would have insisted, listen, I don't want to opine on sanity or mental disease or defect until I've had the chance to sit down with this guy and go line by line through this important notebook, right?
I think that I had sufficient information from reviewing the notebook and from the interview with him and the other records in the first report to opine with some degree of medical certainty. And then I followed up with other interviews and gone over the notebook with him and reviewed the reports that were obtained by other medical professionals, and it was consistent with it. Put differently, if in the following months, based on all the information available, I would have concluded that the first report or the first opinion provided was inaccurate, I would have said so.
It sounds like the answer to my question is you may have generated this report and these opinions without physically having the notebook to sit down and go over with the defendant. Does that sound right?
I think I had the notebook and I said that I will check, but I've gone over it with the defendant. I have also the dates for that, but I don't on the thumb, but I don't have it here. I didn't bring it into the court. And I will check on it and will provide you the information tomorrow morning.
Okay. That sounds like a pretty important piece of information, though, doesn't it? Yes?
It might be. I'm not.
Notebook. The notebook's a
The
pretty
notebook is
yeah.
important,
Yeah.
yes.
The other thing is that June 17th opinion, June 17th, 2013 opinion of insanity and schizophrenia, that wasn't some deadline you were given by which you had to generate an opinion, correct?
I was asked to write the report.
Who asked you to write the report?
The defense team asked me to write a report.
Now, had there been other information out there that you wanted to review and that you thought was important before you gave your opinion, you'd have said, I'm not ready to write a report yet, correct?
I was provided with the information that was available to the defense team at that time.
Well, you know that because that's what they gave you, right? Or that's what they told you, right? Correct?
That's what they gave me, yes.
Yeah, okay. So you don't know what the defense had, you know what you were given, fair?
But I requested to have all the information that is available. And
Well,
I assume that they did not withheld information from me.
Let's talk about other information that's out there that you would have wanted to get before you opined, okay? For instance, interviews with family members. That's information you would have wanted to get firsthand, correct?
With family members of Mr. Holmes?
Yeah, not mine.
Yeah, okay. I got information from the defense on that, but I did not have a chance to interview them. Notably, the information that I got directly from them was consistent with the information that I got from the defense team.
Okay. The answer to my question is, it is important to you to interview the family members of someone who you are going to opine about whether or not they have schizophrenia or some psychosis or something, correct?
It is important. Yes, it is.
Yeah. It's so important that in 2 books that you've written, one called Me, Myself, and Them, and one called If Your Adolescent Has Schizophrenia, you say it is important to interview family members of the person who may be schizophrenic. Do you recall that?
I wrote the book, but may I elaborate, just like we did before? His family members,
Doctor,
his parents were not aware of what was going on, and I knew that. They did not know anything about him. He never anything except, him growing up and what I described earlier on. He did not share with them any of the psychotic processes that he was undergoing. He was guarded. They were as surprised as all of us by what happened.
And by the way, wholly inconsistent with why you say you want to interview family members about people who are potentially schizophrenic. You say in these books it is important to get their observations of the defendant or of the schizophrenic person, right? Correct?
Yes.
You did not interview them before you opined on his schizophrenia, correct?
I obtained information from.
Honest to
I
goodness.
did not interview them.
That's right.
But I obtained and read information on the interview of information obtained by the defense, and it was consistent with my direct evaluation of them.
Doctor,
Hold on.
Yeah.
I can't have you speaking over each other. You need to answer his question. Mr. Kim will have an opportunity and redirect later to ask further questions of you. Right now, he's asking you a yes or no question. And so you need to answer just the question. All right? Repeat the question. And
No.
then one at a time.
Doctor, you did not talk with the parents before writing your written report opining that he was schizophrenic and he was insane, correct?
Yes,
And that is not the standard practice you advocate for, nor that you typically follow, correct?
yes,
In fact, you just told us that you read reports of interviews. Do you recall just saying that before the judge came in? You remember saying that?
yes.
That's not what happened, at least according to your report, right? I'll read it to you. You tell me if I'm wrong. Oral accounts of interviews with family members. You see that?
Well,
Right after where it says Mr. Holmes' notebook, comma, oral accounts of interviews with family members, teachers, and students as related by the defense team. Do you see that?
yes.
Yeah, okay.
The,
You were not provided written reports to review. They told you what they got from these family members, correct? Yes? Doctor, if you don't
No.
remember, let me know.
no, I remember, but it's hard for me to answer, understand, and respect the quote yes or no when there is more to it. But I will just,
Listen, Doctor, did you receive from the defense, contrary to what is written in your own report, written reports that they did with family members?
notes that what they've done and of interviews with family members, teachers, students. Yes, summary, brief notes of what they've done, as well as oral discussion. The oral is the part of them talking to the family members and to the teachers. They interviewed them and provided me with summary and oral on the information that they obtained.
They did.
The defense team.
Right. Now, one of the things that we asked you about during the conversation we were permitted to have with you about this was you didn't seek to interview them yourself in December of 2012, fair?
Yes,
In February of 2013, fair?
yes,
May of 2013, fair?
yes,
Or prior to generating your report, fair?
yes.
Correct? You were not told, hey, don't call them. Correct?
No,
You wanted to, right?
yes,
It mattered enough that 2 months prior to us starting jury selection, then and only then did you sit down with them to have a conversation about their son. Fair?
this is when it was possible in the schedule.
So that I'm clear, so that we're all clear. After December of 2012, it was only 23 months later that your schedule permitted you to sit down with the parents of this guy after you had written a report already opining on his insanity and schizophrenia. Is that accurate?
Yes, but it's not just my schedule, it's their schedule of coming out and meeting here or flying to California. So it's not like,
23 months, right? Your Honor, it's now a good time to take a break and we'll come back
Yes,
tomorrow.
we'll adjourn for the day. All right, members of the jury, please make sure that you comply with all my admonishments related to your conduct when you're not in the courtroom. I'll see you all tomorrow morning at the usual time, 8:40. Get some rest tonight. Thank you. All right, the record should reflect that the jury has exited the courtroom. Have a good evening, everyone. I'll see you tomorrow morning. The court will be in recess. Thank you.